Ah, yes, Toby. It always helps, doesn't it, if you turn the sound on. Do you know what I mean? 20 seconds in and we're already having technical problems. Let's try that intro again. Welcome to Fight Night Live with your best friend, Uncle Ultra. First and foremost, I have to do my thank yous before we get going with the show. Ebanie Bridges will be fighting imminently. I've got some funny shit to show you, yeah, about old Ebanie Bridges. But let me show you some stuff. Look, gotta thank Frank Warren, man. Gotta thank Frank Warren. Life on the Frank Warren payroll is good. Look at this kit we got here. Look, we got fucking half a G tablets there. We've got a £1,000 ultra screen monitor tablets here. You know what I mean? We've got flashy keyboards. You guys like my LGBT keyboard, don't you? We got a few comments on the LGBT keyboard. There you go. Shout out for that. Let's call it the Brighton keyboard there. Shout out to Chris Eubank Jr. for the keyboard there. Got them LGBT colors all over it. It is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. There's a lot of expensive kit around here. So this is what life is like here out at Warren Towers, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? LGBT kit. Jesus, I'm not joking. I've already been 2 minutes in this show and I might already get a ban after 2 minutes. Can you fucking believe it? It is what it is. This ain't going to last long, is it? This ain't going to last long by the looks of it. Michael H says, Maya Jama has been sacked by the looks of it. Yeah, well, let me tell you something. I was one of the very, very first channels to call that, wasn't I? I was one of the very, very first channels to call that. I said, what is the point of getting Maya Jama and paying Maya Jama all this money to be essentially, you know, she was brought in to be the eye candy for DAZN. But the reality is, isn't it? Look. The reality is that she's getting beat, innit? She's getting beaten. She's getting beat badly by Laura Woods. Has anybody got any pictures? If you've got pictures of what Laura Woods is looking like tonight, let me know. Let me know. Let's just see if we can get a pic of Laura. Laura Woods has been absolutely smashing it. Here we go. This is Laura Woods tonight. She's been smashing Maya Woods out of the pot. I'm not convinced about the age, though. I'm not convinced. A few people are saying that Laura Woods is 34. Now, Shannon knows a thing or two about the female form, but me and Shannon have had a little think about this, and we're not sure she's 34 years old. Laura Woods, 34. I think there's another 4 missing somewhere. She claims she's 34. I think there's a 3 or 4 missing, but but she's beating Maya Jama. I don't know though. She's not showing much off tonight though. You know, maybe Maya picked the wrong night to take the night off. Can you see there? She's gone a bit conservative tonight. I mean, fuck me. When Maya Jama was on, she was just showing everything. Absolutely unbelievable. Right. Talking about showing everything. Let me just get my stream ready. In the meantime, Shevin says, is a no from me. She was 34 7 years ago. I'm not convinced that Laura Woods is 34. Dave Lane says 34 on her Ghanaian passport. She's a Richard Latte 34, as Shevin would say. Jesus Christ almighty. 34. 34 plus 4, Shevin. That's what I'm saying. Right. Let me just get this fucking... because you guys know, yeah, I'm on for paying for DAZN, yeah? So let me just quickly get up my my DAZN subscription. 1 second, yeah? Because you guys know, innit? You know, for any of you guys who are streaming, I just think, you know, if you're out there streaming this card, you're an absolute disgrace. Like, that's my opinion, you know? There's no excuse. Like, don't stream this stuff. Like, you should always be buying DAZN. I mean, you're getting such quality, yeah, for your soon-to-be $7.99 a month. So, do you know what I mean? Why would you want to do Why would you want to do such a thing like get it for free? You want to pay, wouldn't you? Right, first fight of the evening, right? So we've got up here Ebanie Bridges. Now let me get this screen up here. Hold on a minute. So we've got Ebanie Bridges versus Mauricio Granados. Who the fuck who the fuck and where the fuck do they find these opponents, right? But that's another story for another day. But in the meantime, yeah, while I try and get the boxing up on my screen. And I may be slightly delayed, but I don't think anybody cares about a delay on a card like this. I mean, this card really, to be honest, is complete and utter horse manure from top to bottom. Guys, what do you think about the... oh, let me turn that down. What do you guys think about the setup? Is it a thumbs up for the setup or a thumbs down? Can you see the nice shiny banner there? The nice shiny banner at the at the top, the nice shiny banner at the bottom? Mate, listen. We're on a different level. We are on a different level. Paul Stewart says, didn't know you work for NASA as well as Queensbury. Better resume than Diddy and White. That, yeah. Obviously, this is the nigger space agency. That's what I work for. The nigger space agency, innit? So that's what I work for, innit? So that's how you're rolling, innit? They're all about diversity and inclusion on this channel. So I've got my stream up in the background. Let's get it cracking. EbanieBridges.com. This shit actually exists. Ebanie Bridges is imminently coming to the ring for those of you who give it. I mean, let's be honest here. I don't think anybody gives a shit about Ebanie Bridges boxing. Let's be real, innit? I mean, most of the people that turn up to watch Ebanie Bridges, I think Ebanie Bridges, most people, innit? I think she's one of the only boxers I've ever seen where she has more people watching her during a weigh-in that actually watch her fight. I'd imagine when it's time, when the bell rings, most of the lads probably go to get a pint or go to have a piss down the loo. I don't think anybody bothers. But anyway, Ebanie Bridges has a website. And I've literally, it's the first time, I saw it about half an hour ago. I couldn't believe what I was seeing here. So let's see what we can get here. I mean, this is right up there with Tony Bellu's OnlyFans. And I have to say, whoever's done the web design for Ebanie Bridges' website, they ain't done too bad here. We'll go to some of the kit you can buy here. I wonder how much money she's making off this fucking shit. But Ebanie Bridges, the blonde bomber. Look at this here. Living life with gratitude and humility. And for those of you who care, Ebanie Bridges is live and in the ring right now. Her opponent looks a lot smaller than her, by the way. But Ebanie Bridges is in the ring right now and getting ready to go against her opponent. But look, I'm just giving you guys what you came for here. Look, let's have a look at this. What we get in here. So look, she's charging you 175 quid. Let's just increase the size of this. Hold on. Oh, look at this. Look. 175 quid from Ebanie Bridges gets you an autographed boxing glove. What are we saying? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down in the chat. What are we saying about that? Ebanie Bridges, autographed boxing glove for 175 quid. And then this is, look, I know you're all interested in this. Look, you get the black lingerie version 1 autograph photo for 30 quid. A4 photo autographed by Ebanie Blonde Bomber Bridges. Tell me, there you go. Toby Players is up for it. Toby Players right now, he's living in Simpville. He's right up for that fucking 175. Chevron says 175. I can get a rub and a tug for half of that, mate. Let's see what we get on this product here, Ebanie Bridges. Very limited edition glove, autographed by Ebanie Blonde Bomber Bridges. Each glove will be uniquely numbered. 175 quid. 175 quid for a signed glove from Ebanie Bridges. Apparently, it's a very limited edition. Jesus Christ almighty. This is what, look, let's have a look what we get here. Look. The black lingerie autograph photo. What would you do with this anyway? What would you do? It's A4. Oh, that's nothing. A4. Well, actually, I know what people do with it, but all right, let's have a look here. You got the V2 here. Look, black lingerie V2 autograph photo, 30 quid. Look, A4 photo, personally autographed by Ebanie Blonde Bomber Bridges. Let's have a look at what else we got here. You get look, the pink fight kit ones cost less. You see, so we've got pink fight kit V1 autograph photo, 25 quid. So can you see that we started to get a little bit of an understanding of the Ebanie Bridges pricing model, haven't we? Can you see? If she's got half her kit off, so let me turn this down. If she's got half her kit off, like she's got up here, it's an extra £5. Can you see that? So if you want to see Ebanie Bridges, yeah, in lingerie, it costs you extra £5. But if she's got a boxing kit on, then you can save a £5, isn't it? You can see the little pricing structure there. Look at this one here. Look, pre-fight autograph photo 10x10. She's got a kit off on this one, so she's charging a little bit less there. So yeah, apparently she's a maths teacher. Apparently, so yeah, she's currently in the ring with Gandalf. Let me just check. You guys can't see that on the screen. Yes, you can't. Good. Don't want to get in trouble here with the old YouTube. So I've currently got Ebanie Bridges. She's currently fighting. If anything interesting happens, I don't think there's anything that's going to happen in her fight that's going to be more interested than her sending pictures of herself in lingerie for 30 quid a touch. To be honest, but it is what it is. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. She's got a professional fight record. Oh, it's regularly updated there. You can see that win over Bex Connolly. Oh, Ebanie walking herself into a little right hook there. But you can see the opponent she's got in the ring with. It's just, Jesus Christ, the size difference between the two is quite big in terms of, I was going to say thickness, but then I realized that I was going to sort of get myself down in trouble. Look, here's the Ebanie image gallery there. You can see, look, she's definitely about boxing. As you can see, when you go on ebaniebridges.com, you can definitely, like, you would look at this, wouldn't you? The first thing you would think when you look at this website is, this woman is a professional boxer who takes the sport very seriously, innit? Like, the first thing, when you see this website, the first thing you think when you see photos like this, innit, is you think, fuck me, this person takes the sport of boxing extremely seriously. Let's look at some of these photos here, look. Bloody hell. She takes the sport of boxing extremely seriously. She doesn't look like a part-time fitness model who does a bit of boxing on the background, innit? Do you know what I mean? It is what it is. He's got this dude. Right, let's have a look at this. Oh, look, these are nice photos. Look, we're not going to lie. I mean, she's got a great body. There's no question about it. But I'm just saying, isn't it? Very, very interesting. That's a nice photo. She looks quite cute in that photo there. Nice smile. So there you go. EbanieBridges.com. What do you think? Do you think she makes money off this? Look, what is it with people spelling promoter? Look. Look at that. What is it with these people who keep spelling promoter with an O? She spells promoter like Elijah Fenn does. Hold on, is that right? Why do people keep spelling promoter like that? See? Oh, hold on. No, it is. It's legit. No, it's not. There you go. Someone get onto Ebanie. Yeah. Promoters. That's the. It looks like Ebanie Bridges is sponsored by Promoters in Dagenham. Good spot there, Toby Players. Ebanie Bridges is sponsored by Promoters from Dagenham. If somebody wants to hit up Ebanie Bridges on Twitter and let her know, yeah, that whoever's done her website, they've absolutely remembered, yeah, to put the pictures of her in a fucking bikini up. So they've remembered that part. They remembered to put up all the photos of Ebanie Bridges in half naked in a lingerie. The problem is they've forgotten how to spell promoter. So if someone wants to hit Ebanie Bridges up and give her a shout and let her know about that spelling mistake, to be honest, knowing Ebanie being such a nice girl, if you get a web developer to sort that out, maybe she'll send you a free photograph. Look, send you one of these. It's worth 30. Hey, better yet, maybe she'll send you a free glove. 175 quid for a free glove. It is what it is. Right. I think we've rinsed out this website as much as we can there. Ebanie Bridges. What are they going to do with her? Basically, they want to get her in a ring with Shirley from EastEnders, don't they? AKA, yeah, Shannon Courtenay, as you can see there on the screen. That's somebody. This is a hilarious tweet of someone saying, "That's Frank Smith." You see my mouse? That's Frank Smith on the right-hand side, AKA Dean Wicks. And that's Shirley, AKA Shannon Courtenay. Very funny. So you can see what they want to do with Shannon Courtenay. They want to get her in with Ebanie Bridges and do the quote-unquote big rematch. We'll have to see. Shannon Courtenay has obviously protected her tweets now, which is a damn shame. Do you remember, yeah? Shannon Courtenay used to be in this kind of game, didn't she? She used to be the one sort of, you know, she wasn't quite in her lingerie, but Shannon Courtenay was the one sort of doing like half-clothed pictures of herself, wasn't she? And selling her knickers. Or was that? Or am I wrong about that? Well, she had offers, didn't she? Let's have a look. Shannon Courtenay used to put up some pretty racy photos until Ebanie Bridges came around, until someone a lot better looking than her came around, and then all of a sudden she fucking jacked it in and became a serious boxer. But do you remember before she fought Ebanie Bridges? Look, do you remember that? Before Shannon Courtenay fought Ebanie Bridges, this is the kind of material, yeah, you used to get on Shannon's Twitter. Ade is live as we speak with Eddie Hearn. So Ade's only been there 5 minutes, yeah, and he is already progressing. He's one of the main presenters. Look, I'm going to show you the photo. Look how far this man has come. Ade's there next to Eddie Hearn. Absolutely unbelievable. Shout out to Ade. Hold on. Let me get this up on the screen. Technologically, I am on point tonight, you know. I have to say. What do you guys think of the setup? I've got the setup bang on, haven't I? Let's be real. My setup game at the minute is unreal. Let's have a look. Give me 1 sec. Let me show you Ade. There you go. Oops, let me just drag this over. There you go. Can you see that? That's Ade, man. Talking with Eddie Hearn himself live, yeah, at the Zone broadcast. Bloody hell, Eddie's come a long way, man, from Box Talk, isn't he? He's come a long way from Box Talk. Look, they've even got man's Twitter handle there. Look, they've even got Eddie's Twitter handle. Eddie's official now. That's it. Let's just get this up a bit. Eddie's official there. He's there with the man himself, with Eddie Hearn. So shout out to Eddie. The man did it. Right, let me remove this from the screen. Right, let's get back to the Shannon Courtenay quickly. Sunny Singh says, imagine he whacked Hearn live on TV. Yeah, don't think that'll be happening. I think Addy's on a different path now. You know what I mean? Addy's in the boxing game for real, making serious money out of it. So it is what it is. Chevron says, Ade is my G. Gonna link with him Wilder Fury 3. Really? Bloody hell. Well, I was going to make a comment there, but I'll speak to you about that offline. Probably not best online. So anyway, let me just finish my point and then we'll get back to tonight's boxing, all right? For those of you who are joining, 23 people, not too bad. I think it will pick up a little bit more as we get closer to the main event. And obviously, do you know what I mean? I've gone from a lot of subscribers to 0. So listen, this is ground zero all over again, you know, to be honest, you know. I didn't want to come back, but we'll talk about that another time, you know. I thought about jacking it in quite a few times because it's going to be a steep climb back to the top. Let me tell you, it's going to be a hell of a climb back to the top, but enjoy the journey. So Shannon Courtenay, yeah, she used to do a lot of racy photos. Look, I think she looks great in this photo. Obviously, you know, you got to see here. Do you know what I mean? Good lighting, lots of makeup, great angle. She looks, you know, she looked great here. But she stopped it, didn't she? As soon as Ebanie Bridges came along, well, we stopped getting this kind of content from Shannon Courtenay. It is what it is, and we all know the reason why your fucking Twitter account's locked in it. We all know why her Twitter account's locked in it. I think somebody dug up her old tweets. These tweets are protected. I think somebody dug up her old tweets, and they were very, very controversial. But funny though, Eddie Hearn didn't throw her under the bus though, did he? Bit like he threw Lara under the bus. It's funny that, isn't it? It's funny, isn't it? She had some very, very questionable tweets about certain ethnic minorities in the UK. And yeah, Eddie Hearn didn't have much to say about that, did he? But all of a sudden, when it was Lara Davis, it was a completely different ball game. It's funny that. I've got a funny feeling it's down to the fact that the ethnic minority that she offended, yeah, wasn't sort of a huge core support base for Matchroom, aka yeah, they weren't as valuable to the pocket, yeah, as the large amount of fans from a certain city in the north of England. So I think that those comments were allowed to fly. So we got some good boxing this evening. Who are you going to for the main event? Let's have a quick look at this, right? I'm not going to be doing any live commentary of the Ebanie Bridges fight, but if something interesting happens, it happens, right? Warrington or Lara? Press 1 for Warrington and press 2 for Lara. Who have you got in this rematch? Repeat or revenge? I think, yeah, it's going to be... I actually was quite confident, actually, about Josh Warrington winning this fight, stoppage points. But I had a little sneaky peek at the fight today, and my arse is starting to fall out again. And we'll talk about it a little closer to the fight. But a lot of you are going for 2, aren't you? A lot of you are going for Lara, repeat. I think if Warrington is the fighter that we think he is, and you know what I'm going to say as well, is not only if Warrington is the fighter that we think he is Sean O'Hagan the coach that we thought he was? You know, because at one point, you know, Sean O'Hagan was a coach of the year candidate. I thought very, very highly of him. So, you know, is he going to be able to train Josh Warrington to make the adjustments? We'll talk about that in a little bit more depth closer to the fight. I've got some notes here that we will go through with you. I'm going to stick with my original prediction. I don't think Lara's a special fighter at all. I think he's heavy-handed, but I don't think Lara's a special fighter at all. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities for Josh Warrington to hit counter and box his way to a points decision at the minimum tonight. He's going to be the home fighter. He's going to be in Leeds, and Matchroom are going to want him to win, aren't they? ASAP. So it is what it is, you know. Matchroom get him a win. And what weight is he at? Has he moved up a weight, or is he still at featherweight? I've forgotten now. Is he moved up a weight or whatnot? But they'll want to match him with somebody. So, you know, I'm pretty confident that if he goes to 12, he's got a good chance of getting that decision. So I'm going to stick with Warrington. But he's going to have to box significantly differently. He's going to have to box on the back foot. And he's going to have to counter. And I think he's going to have to counter down the middle. But trust me, I've got some in-depth notes that we'll go through. But that fight's not going to be on for about 2 hours, all right? So I'm just going to hold fire on those. But we'll do an in-depth discussion of that, and I'll go through my points. But I'm going to stick with Warrington, all right? I'm not going to let my ass fold at the last minute. I'm going to stick with Josh Warrington on points to get it done. Dave Lane says the thing is with Warrington, he hasn't got the power to keep Lara off. I think he's got to box him and take him late. I think Lara's going to give him so many opportunities to hit, you know. Lara's he's not a great fighter. He doesn't have great feet, loads up on his punches. His punches are extremely wide. He throws left and right hooks, extremely wide left and right hooks from very, very far out. And Sonny Singh's raised the point there. Can he manage his ego, though, and not get drawn into a tear-up? That's what I'm not sure about. That's what got him into trouble in the first fight. In the first fight, he expected to go in and be the boss. He was obsessed with going in on the front foot. He was obsessed with going on there, you know, and sitting on the inside with Lara and trying to get on top of him and trying to overwhelm him. Josh Warrington's been getting by on fitness for a long time, hasn't he? He's been getting by on his fitness and his work rate for a long time. He's not going to be able to get by in this fight on fitness and work rate alone. He's going to have to show a lot of nous, and we'll talk about it in depth. I don't want to get into the keys for both fighters yet, or the keys for Warrington yet, but it's specifically, in my opinion, for at least the first 6 rounds of this fight, he's going to have to fight on the back foot and shoot down the middle. There will be gaps for Warrington tonight, straight down the middle as Lara opens up with left and right hooks. Lara will be there, straight down the middle for the jab right hand. But there's some other specifics that we'll talk about. This balaclava is a fucking nightmare. Do you know that? It's an absolute nightmare. Hold on. Jesus Christ, because it covers your fucking mouth. It's an absolute nightmare to talk through, let alone drink through it. So we'll see. I'm going to give Warrington the benefit of the doubt, all right? But if he does not get the job done, I'm going to pile in on Matchroom, and I'm going to be piling on Eddie Hearn, because the decision, to get him to give up his title, all right? The way he was kept very, very inactive during the COVID period, the way he was advised to give up his title, the matchmaking, everything about that absolutely stank to high heavens. And TMG is right. That was a bad, bad beating he took. You know, and listen, when I say Warrington to win, I'm not saying that with any real confidence, because he took a hell of a beating in that fight. So we'll have to wait and see. Right, let's go and see what else is going on. I'm going to check my Twitter in just a sec. So that's what I'm going with. I'm going to go with Warrington to get it done. But we'll talk about the specifics later on. We've got Maxi Hughes and Giovanni Strafen coming up next. I'm not going to pay too much attention to these fights, you know. I think for the main time, I'm just going to sort of keep these fights ticking on the side. If something interesting happens on these fights, then I think then we'll start getting in and doing a little bit of a deeper analysis. But obviously, once we get to Conor Benn versus Adrian Granados, Katie Taylor and Jennifer Hahn, and obviously the main event, then we're going to go in deep. We've only got 18 to 20 people here right now. I'm hoping that as the car picks up, we can get a few more. Let me tell you right now, with Katie Taylor, I think Katie Taylor's on the slide. I haven't watched Jennifer Hahn box. I was supposed to watch her box today, but I didn't get around to doing it. I do know, like I said, she spent more time breastfeeding than actually boxing in the last couple of years. So I'm expecting Katie Taylor to go in there and look good, but I do believe that Katie Taylor is on the slide. And let me tell you something right now, and I'll say this right now. You know, these pound-for-pound female rankings, right? You know, Katie Taylor is rated as the #1 pound-for-pound female fighter in the world. I just don't understand how anybody on the planet could not think that Clarissa Shields is the #1 on the planet. Like, I don't understand how anybody in their right mind could ever think that Katie Taylor is a better boxer than... She's not... Listen, Katie Taylor is not technically a better boxer than Clarissa Shields. She's not. Clarissa Shields, if you ever watch Clarissa Shields box, when I watched Clarissa Shields box for the first time, The first thing I thought about Clarissa Shields was she spars with men a lot. That's the first thing I thought about Clarissa Shields when I watched the box. I thought, this is somebody who you can tell does a shit ton of rounds with men, Clarissa Shields. The way she boxes, the way she fights, you know, she fights behind a good stiff jab. I think Clarissa Shields, as a person, I'm not a fan of Clarissa Shields. You know, the whole kind of Black Lives Matter, LDBC gimmick she runs isn't to my taste, all right? That whole thing isn't to my taste. But as a boxer, I mean, Clarissa Shields, to me, technically, as a boxer, is on a different planet to Katie Taylor. And then you add in the fact that Clarissa Shields has not only won in boxing, but she's also stepped into a cage and won in mixed martial arts. So how anybody could turn around and say that Katie Taylor is better than Clarissa Shields? I mean, Katie Taylor would get ironed. Can you imagine what would happen if you put Katie Taylor in a fucking cage? She'd get ironed out. I mean, are you for real? If you put Katie Taylor in MMA, put Katie Taylor in that fucking professional fight league. Let me tell you about Katie Taylor. She couldn't even beat Delphine Pearsoon, clearly. Now go and put her in a fucking cage like what Clarissa Shields did and have her do boxing and MMA at the same time. And let's get real here. I mean, I'm no big fan of Clarissa Shields, right? Listen, Clarissa's got the worst weave in boxing. In fact, I think Clarissa's got the worst weave in America. I've learned how to spell her name now. Look. You get Chevin's girlfriend up in here, Clarissa Shields. This woman's got the worst weave in America right now. Like, there it doesn't look too bad. It still looks terrible, but there you can see, look, she's filtered the photo a bit. She's played with the photo. She's had it sort of the... AB said Taribo West, mate. I'm not being funny, but that's nearly ban-worthy. Josh Warrington's arriving in Leeds. Let's see if we can get the commentary. He's arriving. Hold on. Let's see.
In the arena for Josh Warrington. He looks fresh. He looks relaxed, but he will be fired up. Whoa! Come main event.
Let me tell you something. Hey, Palmo. I'm glad you're back. I pinged you, mate. I pinged you. We'll talk about it another time. I'll talk about it another time. But getting back to the point, Josh Warrington's just arrived in the arena 5 minutes ago. Let me just say something else about this Josh Warrington fight before we get back to Clarissa Shields, right? To win this fight, Josh Warrington has to rely on technique. Doesn't need to rely on his fitness. He doesn't need to rely on, you know, his work rate. It needs to be, honest to God, this fight is going to be won and lost on technique. So when people are saying, oh, you can see Josh Warrington, the crowd's back around him, he's got people cheering him, he's going to be up for it now, it's going to be a different Josh Warrington. Mate, I'm not even thinking about the crowd. I don't think the crowd are going to make a huge amount of difference. We'll talk again about the footwork, the positioning, and the punches that he needs to throw right before the fight and our keys to win, okay? But trust me, I think I can already see there are people talking about, you know, this crowd's gonna help Josh Warrington rise to the occasion, and Josh Warrington's this and that, and this crowd's gonna get him over the line. I don't think so. But anyway, Clarissa Shields, worst weave on earth. Look, this is one of the best pictures of Clarissa Shields I've ever seen. I mean, but if you look at what she really looks like, look, hold on, look. Whoever did the Instagram photo for, and let me tell you something, Chevin, let me tell you something about this, yeah? You know all these pro-blacks? You know these pro-blacks that are out there, the ones that are out there calling me a coon. By the way, you can see I'm black, but then you know what the new one's going to be now? Look, everybody can now see that I'm not white, but you know what the new one's going to be? The new one's going to be, Ultra Tech's not really black, he's mixed race. That's the new one you're going to hear now, by the way. Nah, I'm black, I just got light skin. But see, I told you I wasn't lying, was I? I need to remember to point in the camera. I wasn't lying to you for all these years. I told you I was a black dude, and there you go. I've proven it time and time again. But these dickheads keep coming on and saying I'm a white dude. There you go. But you see these dudes that be calling me a coon. Let me ask you something about this. Why is it pro-blacks like Clarissa Shields always try to lighten themselves up in pictures? Eh? Why is that? Chevin, let me know about that, innit? You ever noticed that, Chev? Why is it all these pro-blacks who are so proud to be black keep lightening their skin up, yeah? Keep lightening their skin up in these here pictures. Because look at the difference in the shade here between this and this. Look, bro, what is going on? She looks, look, in this one here, she don't look too far away from my skin color. Look, she's only a couple of shades darker than me in that photo, right? I mean, look, I'm actually darker than this anyway, but it's the light. You've got to remember, factor in the light, yeah? And then look, when you scroll along, you get this. Bro, that weave is atrocious, bro. That weave is straight up atrocious, G. Straight up. But she is by far, let me make this clear. Clarissa Shields is by far the best female boxer and the best female fighter on the planet. No question whatsoever. Not in doubt. The woman fights 2 disciplines simultaneously. Don't talk to me about Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor, for me, in my opinion, is on the slide. And let me tell you something right now. I'm going to have to take a break. I'm going to be back. So I'm going to have to mute this microphone and take a break. But let me ask you a question in the chat, and I'll read out these comments. Chat, do you think Eddie Hearn maximized the career of Katie Taylor? Look, Katie Taylor's now pushing 35, 36 years old, right? Think of the fights that she's been in, all right? Now, I know the women's division isn't exactly the greatest, but do you think that Eddie Hearn and Matchroom really maximized the career of Katie Taylor? Because I can't think of any, like, other than the Delphine Pearson fights, right? Oh my gosh, Ebanie Bridges is taking some punishment, you know. She's taking some good shots. So this girl's coming forward, yeah? And this girl is landing some shots on Ebanie Bridges, you know. So listen, let me just say, I hope Ebanie Bridges gets the decision in this fight. Otherwise, let me tell you, the price of this autograph lingerie is gonna have to go up to cover them electric bills, isn't it? Them light bills need to get paid, innit? But let me ask you, do you think, yeah, that Matchroom have maximized the career of Katie Taylor and put her in the biggest fights? I think they've run out of time with her. TMG says Katie T was past her prime before she turned pro. Oh, fair enough. Dave Lane says he didn't even give Katie a fight in Ireland, did he? Well, we'll have to see. I think, to be fair to Eddie Hearn, there was some gang violence around that. I think Ebanie Bridges' eyes closing. I can see her getting nailed with the right hand over the top all the time. Can you see? She carries, again, it's the same thing with these fighters. She carries a very, very low left hand. And she's getting nailed. I think she's cut on the left eye. She's taken a lot of right hands. Can you see? She's taken right hands over the top constantly. She's getting beaten up in this last round. Ebanie Bridges is getting beaten up. Right, let me go and get some food and we'll be back. Ebanie Bridges might be about to take an L. Let me stay on this girl's website. Listen, if you guys want to get this autographed boxing glove for Ebanie Bridges, £175, let me tell you, add it to the cart and get it now. There you go. There's the cart. Add it to the cart and get it now. Because if she takes a fucking L in this fight, let me tell you, these prices are going to go up. Right. Let me mute this and let me go and get some cheesecake. I'll get back to you in a sec. I'm interested to think, what do you think about the setup out of 10? And if there's any suggestions you want to make, let me know. But what do you think about the setup? Listen, this is, for me, in terms of the technology, by far the best setup we've ever had. It's a shame we didn't have this on the old channel when we actually had some fucking viewers to go along with it. I hope you're enjoying the show. It's, listen, it hasn't even started yet. We haven't even got to the big boy fights yet. The Ebanie Bridges decision is imminent. I'm going to go and get some Haagen-Dazs. I'll be back in just a minute. Right. Let's get these results. Hold on. Right, here are the results. Here's the Ebanie Bridges result.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing here in Leeds, we go to referee Steve Gray's scorecard. It reads 77-76 for your winner from New South Wales, Australia, the Blonde Bomber, Ebanie Bridges.
So Steve Gray, referees.
Mate, let me tell you right now, Ebanie Bridges' opponent just stood in that ring and laughed. I'm not joking. If you actually look at Ebanie Bridges, if you look at Ebanie Bridges' face and you look at that opponent's face, first of all, Ebanie Bridges has a black eye and a cut eye, it looks like to me. Or maybe just two black eyes. But her eyes are fucked. I didn't really watch the fight, but I saw in the last round she was taking punishment galore. Okay? Her opponent, at the reading of that result, Ebanie Bridges has been given the fight 77-76 by the referee Steve Gray. The crowd were laughing and the opponent was laughing. We'll get the live reaction on that from Twitter. It looks like Ebanie Bridges lives to fight another day. And listen, if you have any doubt over why Ebanie Bridges is getting very, very close decisions at the minute, here, look. Exhibit A, Your Honor. There you go. There you go. That's the reason why Ebanie Bridges is getting close decisions, yeah, from the judges. It's got absolutely fuck all to do with her boxing ability. Unless Steve Gray, you know, is a member of Mensa and just really enjoys, you know, the mathematics skills of Ebanie Bridges. After all, she is a quote-unquote maths teacher. This channel isn't going to stay up very long, is it? This channel isn't going to stay up very long, is it? Right. Richard says, was that praline or salty caramel? It was salty caramel. So let me tell you what's going on here. This is salty caramel Haagen-Dazs, right? Now, let me tell you what's going on, right? So I was supposed to go to M&S and Waitrose and get a haul for you guys. I went to M&S and there was nothing there. There was nothing there. Cleaned out. So I couldn't really get anything. So, yeah. M&S, yeah, didn't have anything. So I had to go to Waitrose. I'll tell you what, Richard. You know, I'm not a supporter of the EU by any stretch, but, you know, listen. Those of you who have been abroad, those of you who have been to France know a bit about Bon Maman. And you know a bit about Compote. There you go. Bon Maman Compote. Very good. Can you see it? Can you see the autofocus on this camera? There you go. This is very, very good stuff. This little compote here. French people have this in the morning. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Nice bit of compote. But look at the spoon my missus gave me. What kind of fucking spoon is this? Look, can hardly fit in the jar. How am I supposed to get that in? How am I supposed to get this? Because she's fucking done. By the way, what do you guys think of the balaclava? I told my missus I have to wear this during sex. So let me know what you think about that. Right, let's get some immediate feedback on the Ebanie Bridges decision. Let's see what Twitter says. Did she win or did she lose? Let's have a look at some of your comments here. Toby Players, a.k.a. Bird of Matthews, says robbery. Michael H. says bent verdict again. I'm not sure if I can show this, but look at the opponent. Look at the opponent's face on the screen. Let's have a look here. Fight Ghost is saying it's a robbery. Someone's saying, "Oh, this guy's a anyway." Anyway. That guy's a clown. He's a clown. He's an absolute clown. So they're all piling on Ebanie Bridges, aren't they? Let me get this in. Hold on. They're all piling on Bridges, aren't they? Boom says scammed. Oh, gosh. I think I need to stop that or I'll get taken down. Let's have a look at this. What the Matchroom fanboys think of that. Toby Players. I don't know where I got that name, Bird of Matthews. I'll stop using it, Toby. Right, let's have a look. So Bridges won. Not for me. You fucking what? Robbery. She didn't win that fight. I think we've got Gaty Taylor coming on shortly, so I'll actually have to start commentating. She didn't win that fight. Questionable. Not so sure. Corrupt. That's disgusting decision. First robbery of the night. Lovely stuff. Shite scoring again. Ha ha ha. Fixed room at it again with dodgy scorecards and paying off judges. Robbery. Okay, so most of the feedback on Matchroom's page says they think that's a very, very questionable decision there. Let me have a look at Richard from Twitter. Yeah, man, got an apricot and strawberry one in. Stick it in some. Yeah, that's it. But Richard's a cultured man. He knows all about compote. This Bon Maman stuff isn't fucking. It's not expensive, but it's not. You know, it's not cheap. You know, it's not expensive, but it's not cheap. Dave Lane says a Marks and Spencer's haul by Ultra is a video on its own. We can absolutely do that. That's fine. Right, let's have a look. Palmo Parade says, I'd pile on Ebanie Bridges. Yeah, look, she's a very, very good-looking woman with a great body. No question. And like I said before, you know, I'm here to help. You know, for anybody who wants to... listen, let me tell you about Ebanie Bridges. Let me tell you the truth, right? Is she a world-class boxer? No. She needs to stick to what she's good at. This is what she's good at. Lingerie picks for £30 a touch. That's what she's good at, but she's not a world-class boxer. All right? And just, you know, I know that sounds pretty harsh, but it is what it is. Sunny Singh says, I'm back after having to find the bloody delivery driver. Well, I'm about to try and eat compote through a balaclava. Let's have a look. Let's see how this works. Hold on. Oh, it's dreadful. Dreadful. The compote's lovely, but eating it through a balaclava. Hold on. I'm spilling it everywhere. Oh, Jesus Christ. Compote through a balaclava. I can't even get it in. What about the balaclava, she said? Hold on. Oh, that's a nightmare, that is. I can't eat with this thing. That's a nightmare. I can't eat. Oh, what's it? Oh. Oh. Balaclava and cotton. Compote and cotton. Right, let's carry on. Richard from Twitter says, Steve Gray got a discount on some mucky knickers. Abso-fucking-lutely he did. Jesus Christ. Look at this, look. Oh. Absolutely. I'm obsessed with this website. But it needs more content, innit? Look, you notice one thing about Ebanie Bridges' website? It's only one page, isn't it? Look. That's the thing about Ebanie Bridges. It's only one page. Look. She's got her intro, pics of her in her cax, and then that's it. Look at her fight record. Her fight record takes up about a fifth of the page. All the rest of it is her in her knickers. Right. Let's have a look at that then. Boxing World says, Lara beats Josh. What's your prediction? I'm going for Warrington in that fight. But I'm going to look very, very, very silly. Let's have a look. Blah, 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 blah. Boom says, Ultra shops at M&S in the Ballet. Abso-fucking-lutely. Do you know what? I have thought about trying to walk into the shop with this just for a laugh. And if they ask me, I'm going to say, what, don't you want people to mask up? You know, against COVID and all that. I thought about that. Let's have a look here. TMG says the commission needs to be called again. Yeah, to overturn that sort of Ebanie Bridges result. Do you just bear with me one sec, yeah? I'm just going to get a teaspoon, and I'm also just going to get some tissue to clean up the Sorry, because when you try and eat compote through a balaclava, it doesn't quite work. One sec. Got the bloody tissue. Oh, what a disaster. Sorry about that. Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. Technical issues. Right, where are we at? Oh, dear. Sorry, just fucking compote everywhere. Fuck! Can you fucking believe this shit? Jesus Christ almighty. Right. Giovanni Strafen and Maxi Hughes has just started. Again, for those of you who have just joined, we're not going to be covering these fights with any depth. We're going to really start going in probably about half an hour to an hour, starting with Katie Taylor and Jennifer Hahn. And then we're going to start doing some real technical analysis. Naveed says, welcome back, Ultra. Looking forward to gems like the Black Mitchell brothers. Yeah, that's why I'm wearing a balaclava. People are like, why is he wearing a balaclava? Well, because, you know, I'm trying to hide my identity from Dean White. Trying to keep my head in. All right, so look. And now, I think the mouse has gone out of charge as well. It's unbelievable. 1 second. So my mouse needs charging, so I have to charge that. Right, there we go. Right, we're back. Let's have a look. So, where were we? Ebanie Bridges. Very, very, very questionable decision over her opponent. If you're Matchroom, the best thing you do with Ebanie Bridges now is get her in the ring with Shannon Courtenay as quickly as possible before she takes an L. Yeah? Am I right about that? We're going to move off Ebanie Bridges in just a sec, right? But just in closing, my closing comments on Ebanie Bridges for right now is that if you're Matchroom, what you do with her is now you get her in a ring for a world title with Shannon Courtenay ASAP, because if they keep putting her in these kind of fights, she's going to get beat, innit? She's going to take a loss. A loss for Ebanie is quite imminent, isn't it? And then, obviously, like I said, they're going to lose a few eyes, yeah, on some of their cards. So for me, they need to put her in straight away. Let's have a look. Toby Player says the zone quality is arse. My the zone is very good. I'll what's this guy saying? How many rounds do you think you can last with Bridges in bed? Not very many. Mainly because, I'm already sort of, oh, there's Coogan's backstage in the zone. Let me tell you something about Coogan. Did anybody see, talking about real journalists, did anybody see Eddie Hearn get absolutely destroyed in that interview recently? He did an interview. I think it was with Boxing World, yeah? And who was it? He did an interview with Boxing World. And this guy here absolutely destroyed him. Shout out to this dude here. What's his name? Take Ames for interviewing for Boxing News TV. This guy absolutely destroyed Eddie Hearn, Wiped the floor with him. You know what? Like I said before, this guy did more. He asked Eddie Hearn more challenging questions, right? And gave him more of a push, yeah, in about 2 minutes than Kugan Cass has probably ever done in the history of IFL TV. That's what an embarrassment Kugan Cass is to the sport of boxing. And this is the kind of stuff that I've been saying that's been going on now for the longest time. Like you're giving Kugan Cassian and these IFL TV guys, you're giving these guys all these clicks, yeah, and all this advertising revenue, and all this debt KO revenue, and all this stuff. And these guys don't even ask the basic and proper questions. You know what I'm saying? And then a guy like this comes along. This guy he had 2 minutes of Eddie Hearn. And he had Eddie Hearn twisting and turning around and going around in circles. You know what I mean? Eddie Hearn can't handle that kind of interview. He can't handle it. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why he avoids Rob Tebbett. He avoids Andy Purow. And he avoids anybody who's going to ask him any serious questions. He avoids the guys in the States, like he avoids the Blue Blood Sports and guys like that, who are going to call him out on his bullshit. But guys like Kugan Cassius get endless amounts of hours of Eddie Hearn. And you have to ask yourself why that is. You have to ask yourself why that is. We all know the answer. Shout out to this guy, yeah? If you want to follow this guy on Twitter, you can see here. Let me put up his let me put this man's thing in the chat quickly. Take Ames. This man taking aim at Eddie Hearn. This man got Eddie Hearn out of there in half a round. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, the kind of questions he was asking Eddie Hearn. Had Eddie Hearn going around in rings. It is what it is, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? But this guy takes his job seriously. It's funny, isn't it, how if you look at it, right? If it's so far, I mean, not racial at all, but if you look at, I would say 2 out of the 3 best journalists in this country right now are both Asian. I would say the top 3 right now is this guy here, Andy Purow, and Rob Tebbett. And Andy Purow, I would say personally for me, I think Andy Purow is the best all-around interviewer in British boxing right now. I just think Andy Purow is brilliant. I think, like I said, Andy Purow, his interviews with John Fury, Andy Purow is bringing us content that we've never seen before. Andy Purow is bringing us insights into fighters and showing us things that we've never seen before. That's my opinion. Kugan Cassius and all these other guys, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. Same shit we've been seeing for the last 10 years. Nothing's changed. Andy Purow, when I watch an Andy Purow interview, I'm learning something new. When I watch Andy Purow and John Fury do their cooking, and John, he was in a campsite with John Fury and they were fucking cooking dinner. But you're learning something new about John Fury. You're learning something new about how John Fury lives and all these kind of things. Andy Pereira right now would be my number one. That's my opinion. I think Andy Pereira just takes it to another level. Because that's what journalism, I'm not a journalist, but that's what journalism is about. Good journalism is about insight and bringing and delivering insight to boxers, to boxing fans. Good journalism is about, for somebody who doesn't know or doesn't understand, can you help them learn something new about the sport or learn something new about a personality that they didn't know before? Do you know what I mean? And that's what Andy Pereira does in his interviews. Nobody else seems to do that. With Coogan, it's all the same BS. Debt KO. Are you having sleepless nights? Did you spend all your money down the bookies? Did you spend your week's wages on fucking lottery tickets? If so, debt KO and all this kind of stuff. That's the kind of IFL TV crowd. The IFL TV crowd don't want to learn anything new about boxing or the people involved. And let me tell you something else about this interview. Does anybody have the YouTube link to it as well? Can somebody send me the YouTube link to this man's video? Because I want to go through some of the comments that he got. People, this is how fucking sick boxing fans in the UK were. People were castigating this man, Take Ames. They were castigating him, and they were getting upset with him for asking Eddie Hearn tough questions about why he always talks about making fights and can never get them over the line. And people were saying, oh, but you need to hide your bias. Man, shut your mouth. Who the fuck are these dudes? Do you know what they were saying? They were telling this dude to hide his bias. No, you need to shut the fuck up and go slip a condom on and go put your tampon in. All right? Very, very simple. Well, what are these guys talking about? These guys are not boxing fans. What they want to do is they want to watch Cougs. They want to watch big Cougs, sit up, Coogie Bear, sitting with Eddie Hearn and asking the same old fucking questions. They don't want to see these people get a run for their money. They don't want to learn anything new about the sport of boxing. And they don't want to see these promoters get questioned. And not only that, but they start bringing up Frank Warren. They were attacking this dude and saying, I bet you wouldn't talk to Frank Warren like that. I bet you wouldn't talk to Frank Warren. What the fuck has Frank Warren got to do with anything? And why do they always bring up Frank Warren? What has Frank Warren got to do with anything? Nothing. And these people are fucking idiots. They're criticizing the guy for doing his job as a journalist, asking tough questions. British boxing is fucked up. That's how you know, but it doesn't matter because British boxing is on life support anyway. Do you understand? British boxing is on life support anyway, so it don't matter. We're on life support in British boxing. When Anthony Joshua gets beat, we're fucking done. We've got nothing. Once AJ gets beat, it's a wrap. Once there's no more AJ and Fury, it's a wrap. We ain't got nothing. We've got no stars. We've got great fighters. Josh Taylor, great fighter, not a star. We don't have any stars in British boxing. British boxing is on the slide, so it doesn't matter. But let me tell you something. British boxing's fucked when its own fans get angry at journalists for doing their job. They're angry at the journalists for asking interviewees the questions that matter. I think it was a fucking disgrace. Can somebody get me that link? Or Richard, can you email me that link? And I'll get it up. They might be blocking you from sending links, Richard. If someone just email me the link or give me the name of the interview, I'll have a look at it. Or maybe it's here. I mean, this guy did a tremendous job. And do you know what? Let me tell you, it's embarrassing. Let me tell you this now. It's embarrassing that after a decade plus of IFL TV and the amount of money that these fucking clapping seals who keep giving them ad revenue, for these fucking clapping seals that keep giving IFL TV ad revenue. It's a fucking embarrassment that it took 10 years for a British interviewer like this guy to turn up and give Eddie Hearn an interview like that. Do you know how embarrassing that is? Oh yeah, Richard's not. Let me mod up Richard. The reason why I haven't modded up certain people is we've only got 26 people here. So there's no point in modding everybody. Eventually, if I modded everybody up, we'd have more mods than actual viewers. So to those people who were mods before, if the channel stays up and picks up, you will be mods again. So don't worry about that. All of you. I know the names. But for now, let me just quickly mod up Richard because he does things, isn't this? Thank you, Golden Mike. I've seen Golden Mike send it over, so thank you. I can't actually I can get it from here. Hold on one sec. But what, do you guys agree with my little rant there? Let me get this up. Oh, these comments are late. Hold on. Guys, if you can also hit the like button, that'd be great as well. Sorry about that. But yeah, here we go. I'll wait for that link. Richard, if you email it to me, Richard, that'd be great. And thank you, Golden Mike, yeah? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. But you see what I'm saying? It's such an embarrassment that it took this guy. Because that interview, right, where Eddie Hearn was getting tied in knots and stuff, that should have happened on IFL TV a decade ago. So people now who are turning around and praising this guy, at the end of the day, the question should be asked, why is it taking 10 years for this guy to do the job that IFL TV should have been doing 10 years ago, where all you Muppets were giving them ad revenue and money for? So where's your money going? Where's your money going? Idiots. Where's your money going? Let me check my Twitter feed. This guy's a legend. Let me check my Twitter feed very quickly and see what's going on quickly here. Let's have a look. Martin's cracking me up. Jesus Christ almighty. Okay, right. So that checking Twitter. So you see my point, right? So we'll have a look at that interview in just a sec, actually, if we can get it up. As soon as I get the email link, we'll play it and we'll go through it. For those of you, anybody who's joining, like I said before, as soon as Katie Taylor versus Jennifer Hahn happens and they get in the ring, we'll start our official, I wouldn't really call it live commentary, but we'll look at the fights in detail and we'll start talking more about the actual boxing fights. So you will get coverage tonight of Katie Taylor, Jennifer Hahn, Conor, Benn, and Josh Warrington, okay? But, you know, listen, I've only got 23 people live in here as it is, and I'm not going to turn away those 23 people by going in depth about fucking Maxie Hughes, because let's be honest, nobody gives a toss. Let's check some other stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, dear, I'm not doing too well there, are we? Okay, right. All right, let's have a look at this Hearn interview. Hopefully it's not long. Okay, let's have a look at this. Comments are so bad. Oh, I can't watch this. 17 minutes is too long. I'll leave it up in the background. Hopefully, Boxing News TV don't mind me using this. All right, but this is the interview in the background. All right, now let's have a look at the comments. Right now, look at this guy here. This guy's got it bang on. Let me just increase the size of this so you guys can actually see the questions. Right, so these are the comments. Right, so this guy says, how a journo should ask questions. Have to respect Eddie for giving time to proper questioning as well. None of the other promoters have the bottle. So obviously there, do you know what I mean? He still found a way to, do you know what I mean? Dick lick Eddie Hearn. Surprise, surprise. It is what it is. Let's have a look. Blah, 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 blah. Let's have a look here. Someone was really laying into him. I'm just trying to find this comment here. Look, why is this guy mentioning Frank Warren? Like, these people are mentally ill. You wouldn't ever interview Frank Warren like that. What the fuck has Frank Warren got to do with it? Look at this stuff. These interviewers know that they can get away with it on Eddie. Worst you get from him is a bit of stick back. He does this to Frank, he loses his spot at the next show. Man, shut the hell up. Do you know what I mean? Why are they bringing Frank Warren into it? I don't understand. What's Frank Warren got to do with it? Did you guys understand what I'm saying in the chat? Like, what has Frank Warren got to do with Eddie Hearn? Why are they always comparing him to Frank Warren and bringing it up? It's just embarrassing. Here we go. Look, this was the top-rated comment. Look at this. By all means, ask tough questions, but at least leave your obvious bias at the door. Essentially blaming Matchroom for everything that is wrong with boxing. Take the chip off your shoulder, and if you get the chance to interview Warren, let's see if he entertains your style. You know, people like this, you see what I mean? People like this, they call themselves boxing fans. Do you see this? Bringing up Frank Warren, deflection tactics, essentially blaming Matchroom for everything that's wrong with boxing. Well, where did he do that in the interview? Obvious bias at the door. That's what I'm saying about these fucking clowns who go on about, oh, this YouTuber's biased. This YouTuber's not biased. These people are fucking idiots. All they mean is this YouTuber says what I don't want to hear. Simple as that. That's what they mean by biased. Anybody who says that I don't want to hear, look at this. Bringing up Frank Warren. It annoys me when they bring up Frank Warren. What are you bringing up Frank Warren for? Bunch of clowns. Richard's saying go to 12:05. All right, let's have a listen. I'll make this quick, yeah? Very quick. Hold on.
Have your own legal counsel. Bob
Aaron is a lawyer. But do you not have your own battery?
No, because we're not a party to the arbitration. As you don't know anything about arbitration, so you can't.
Actually, I do. And
are you? So you're a lawyer?
Well, I'm not a lawyer yet. In law yet.
Okay.
So I mean, looking at some of the recent.
No, Eddie's an embarrassment there. What did he say? Eddie's trying to question this man's credentials. Sorry, excuse me. What are Eddie Hearn's credentials? Can someone tell me? What are your credentials, Eddie Hearn? What are your credentials? Your credentials are you had a rich dad who gave you the best start in life. You went to a fucking high-class boarding school. You grew up with a multi-millionaire father. And then you went into double glazing and made double glazing sales calls. And then you turned around and moved into your father's already successful business. So who the fuck is this guy, Eddie Hearn, to question the credentials of Take Ames? Who is he? Who is he to question the credentials of Take? What are Eddie Hearn's credentials? What are his credentials for being in the position that he's in? He doesn't have any. His credentials are, my dad is a rich man who built up a business from scratch. Eddie Hearn's never had to work a day in his life. He's never had to work a day in his life to earn anything. Has this man ever had to work a day in his life to put food on the table? Does this man know what it's like to have to go and study for a job and go to university and get a degree and build yourself up from the bottom? Does he know that? He doesn't know anything about that. He went to boarding school. And why does he keep putting on that fucking accent? Sorry, that accent annoys me. Where does this accent come from? You don't talk like that. Stop putting on that stupid accent. Anyway.
Findings in cases. Take, for example, Fraser Kendall in the WBA.
That was a good case.
It was a good case, actually.
Listen, let me tell you something. I don't even need to hear this interview. Here's my question for Eddie Hearn. All right? And it'll be a very, very simple and straight question, okay? Let me show you the question that I would ask for Eddie Hearn, all right? All right? Very simple. It's a very, very simple question. All right? Here's my question to Eddie Hearn, all right? Maybe somebody can send this to Martin Theobald, and maybe Martin Theobald can ask Eddie Hearn this. The next person that interviews Eddie Hearn needs to ask him this question. How can you get up on stage with Canelo Alvarez with a straight face and promote him and call him the best fighter in the world and get his ginger pubes stuck in your mouth when you've called him a drugs cheat and you've said that he will always be a tainted fighter? These are Eddie Hearn's words.
Taking away the 6-month ban, Canelo will always be labelled as a drug cheat.
So Eddie Hearn, why are you working somebody? Why are you working with somebody who will quote unquote always be labelled as a drugs cheat? When you've repeatedly come out and said, right, that people who cheat or people who take PEDs need to be kicked out of the sport. So how do you marry those two up, Eddie Hearn? How can you not see the contradiction there, Mr. Eddie Hearn? On one half, you're turning around and saying drug users need to be taken out of the sport because it's dangerous. On the other half, you're saying Canelo Alvarez is a drugs cheat and will always be known as a drugs cheat. And then a couple of years later, when you're his promoter, you're getting up on stage and you're singing a completely different tune. Very simple.
But what I do know is if you fail a test, you have to live with the consequences. Taking away the 6-month ban.
Hold on a minute. Do you know what he said? He said, if you fail a test, you have to deal with the consequences. Do you know what he said there?
But what I do know is if you fail a test, you have to live with the consequences.
So what about Dillian White's B sample then? Eddie, what happened to Dillian White? Did Dillian White ever fail a test? Very simple question, Eddie. Did Dillian White ever fail a drugs test? When he did fail the test, Eddie, did he face the consequences when he failed that drugs test? Did he face the consequences, Eddie? Did you tell his opponent, Oscar Rivas, that he failed a drugs test before you sent him in the ring? Listen, forget all these stupid questions. The guy is his easy work. And I easy work. Anyway, let me move off this topic and move on. All right? Sorry about that. I don't want to turn it into an Eddie Hearn bash fest, but I have to say the topic's come up and it's come up. Those are my opinions on this interview.
By Maxi Hughes.
Sorry about that. I can see this straight from the Maxi Hughes fight is an absolute war. Absolute war. Right, let's get on to some more of this stuff. Oh, here he is. Here he is. And then look, this is typical Eddie Hearn. And then you see what he does. He smiles in the interviewer's face and he pretends to be his mate. And then as soon as he goes, as soon as the interviewer's not there to defend himself, here's our old Eddie Hearn doing what he does best, stabbing him in the back. Look, you see what I mean? Look.
It's a good view from, I can't remember that he was like one of those guys where he was like,
He just obviously, he knew that if he could just ask me loads of difficult questions, or what he perceived to be difficult questions, he'd be a little bit of a hero in his group chat, right? So one of the questions he asked me was, do you think that, you know, you can still cater for the hardcore boxing fans? I said, mate, what are you talking about? Look at what we're doing. Look at Leeds, September 4th. Look at Smith Fowler and the cards.
It's embarrassment, isn't it? It's terrible, isn't it? If you've got a problem with the guy, Eddie, say it to the guy's face during the interview. Don't wait, until he's gone and then go on another channel and start slagging him off. Because you're supposed to be Mr. Essex Gangster, aren't you, Eddie? You're supposed to be this big fucking 6'5" tough guy from Essex, isn't it? You know, you and all your little mates and, you know, all these Essex gangsters that you know, Eddie. Yeah, you're supposed to be big tough guy, innit? Like big 6'5" guy. You call yourself a former boxer. You're running around and telling people that you had all these amateur fights, innit? You're running around and you're telling people that you had all these amateur fights and you was some kind of top boxer. So it's very simple, Eddie. If you've got a problem with Take Ames, then address it with him face to face in the interview. Don't smile in his face and then as soon as he can't defend himself, you don't go and run off behind his back and you start fucking sticking daggers in him. But see, that's how these dudes work. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's how these dudes operate. What's this? At one point, he said he wanted to knock him out. Jesus fuck. Did he say that? Oh, look. See, IFL TV apparently. So you see what he did? He then ran off to IFL TV and he starts talking tough, didn't he? What an embarrassment. This guy's an embarrassment, man. To me, to be honest, I find it embarrassing. That's just my opinion on it, you know? You find it embarrassing. Listen, you know how I roll, right? I am not a tough guy. I don't pretend to be a tough guy. You guys know I never act tough. I never act like I can fight, right? Answer me this with a yes or a no. Truth will be told. When Spencer Fearon came on this show, right? We had Spencer Fearon come on this show and Spencer Fearon had a beef with me, right? When Spencer Fearon left the show, did I ever say anything bad about Spencer Fearon when he couldn't defend himself? Yes or no? Or did I say everything that I had to say to Spencer when he was on the channel? And then when he was off, I never said no more about it. Or did I, when Spencer left the chat and was no longer there, then did I start talking like a tough guy and saying I was going to do this and saying I was going to do that and saying I'm this and that? No. That's how you do it properly. That's how you do it properly. Spencer Fearon came on the show. Everything that I wanted to say, I said to Spencer Fearon. When Spencer Fearon left the show, that was it. Finished. That's it. No more. No more said. If I've got anything to say in the future to Spencer Fearon, I'll say it to Spencer Fearon. He can come on this show, he can get the link, and he can discuss it with me. What I don't do is do what this clown does, who pretends to be an Essex gangster, and start running off. When Spencer's gone, I don't start running off on other shows and going, oh, I was gonna do this, and I was gonna do all this, and I was gonna do all that. You're a fucking clown, man. The dude's an absolute clown. Period, point blank. I'm just being honest with you. The dude's a clown. Straight up. It's embarrassing. Super, super embarrassing. Anyway, let's carry on with that. Yeah, that's exactly right, isn't it? That's how men handle issues, not play the gossip game or indirect crap. Well, I'm guilty of sneak dissing. I have to say, Sonny Singh, I'm one of the best sneak dissers in the game. So I can't say that. But yeah, in the case of Spencer Fearon, like when we had him on, that was it. Never slagged him off again. Never even spoke about it. You know? Never even spoke about it. So, no, like I said before, we'll see how it goes with Eddie. He is annoying me a little bit because I know he's 6'5" and stuff, but he is starting to talk like he's like he can actually do something, you know? Do you know what I mean, Eddie? Eddie is starting to get a little bit tasty, isn't he? Eddie is starting to fancy himself a little bit too much, like he can actually go in there and do something. I think he needs to calm down, innit? I think Eddie Earn needs to have a fucking Horlicks. Stick to doing what you do best, yeah? Not making big fights. Right, let's move on. Sorry about that. That annoyed me, you know, that whole Take Ames thing. That proper annoyed me. You know, Richard, can you do me a favor? If this show stays up, I want you to send a link of what I said to Take Ames and give him the timestamp. If you can, Richard. You're not my butler. But if anybody can do that, because I want Take Ames to hear my opinion on that and see what he thinks. So if somebody, when this video is up, can send Take Ames the link and say, yo, Ultra had a chat with your Ultra had a chat about what you said. I think you did a great job. Right, let's move on. Sorry about that. Tell you what, these viewing numbers are still terrible. Only 24. I thought we'd get a bit more than 24. 26. Let's see if we can, get a few more. But like I said, it's early days on this channel. Early days. And, I'm doing the best I can do. I hope you're enjoying the show. I hope you don't think that I've fallen off. I hope you don't think that I've gone soft. I hope you don't think that, I'm not as fun as I used to be. And like I said, the big fights haven't even started yet. Early days in this show. Big fights haven't even started. Right, let me just check a few things and then we'll move on to our next topic because we're going to get very, very close soon to getting Katie Taylor in the ring. So we'll get on to some of that. Hold on. Just trying to do a bit of... if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please hit subscribe. If you haven't hit join me on Twitter, look, the reason why I've done all these fancy banners, I've done them for a reason. Do you know what I mean? I've done them for a reason. At Ultras Podcast, follow me on Twitter. And also, like I said, subscribe to the channel because fuck me, we need it. And also, please hit the fucking like button. Toby Player says we'll be back to 7K in no time. Let me tell you something. That will never, ever happen. Palmo Parade says those subscribers weren't loyal. Let me tell you right now, we are never getting back those subscribers that we lost. Never. 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 I'll be lucky to get to a couple of hundred subscribers. Make no mistake about that. That was years of work, but we'll talk about that another time. Years of work gone down the drain. The subscriber numbers will never come back, But my plan is if I can get 100 on a live stream, that's all I need. I don't need I'm not even worried about sub numbers. What I want to do is hit 100 concurrent viewers on a live stream. If I can hit 100 concurrent viewers on a live stream, the rest will take care of itself. Early days, let's see. And if we can do that by Anthony Joshua versus Alexander Usyk in 3 weeks, that will be absolutely fantastico. But I really, really appreciate the sport. M.A. Khan says, what ultra-wide monitor you got looks sick. Mate, listen. Frank Warren works in mysterious ways. Let me tell you the brand of monitor I got. Hold on. That's the brand of monitor I've got. Hashtag Frank Warren payroll. There you go. Like I said, if you want to get on the Frank Warren payroll, like I said, a lot of these, what you got to understand is a lot of these matching channels, right, who have got 10K subscribers, 20K subscribers, I promise you, honest to God, yeah, they haven't got a setup like this. They ain't got a setup like this, bro. I promise you. They ain't got a setup like this. They ain't got the big ultra wide. They haven't got the flashy, diversity inclusive keyboard there. You see that there? Look. That's the diversity inclusive keyboard there. Just so people don't think I'm a homophobe or anything. You see what we got? This keyboard ain't cheap. This is really a £70 keyboard, which I got on discount. Do you know what I mean? What do you think? Look, I told you how we roll here on Queensby Promotions. This is how we roll on Queensby Promotions. Look, no pen and paper. Told you how we roll. No pen and paper. You feel me? No pen and paper. S pen. You feel me? S pen, bro. There's no pen and paper around here. When I'm writing my boxing notes, we're not doing that. S pen. Frank Warren looks after us, mate. Frank Warren looks after us. Like I said before, only the best when you get on that Frank Warren payroll. So if you're not on it, get on that Frank Warren payroll. I think the way to get on it is there's some kind of a secret ceremony. I think, in it. I think there's some kind of if you email my mate Alfie Warren, who I'm now back in contact with again, right? My mate Alfie Warren. Big shout out to WBN. Let me quickly show a quick word from some of our people. And when we get some subs, we'll really be doing this. But let me just say, look, it's my main man. Hold on, let me get Alfie Warren up here. This is my guy, man. You know about Alfie Warren. This is my guy. Yeah? WBM, Warren Boxing Management, Roma Security. Let me tell you right now, yeah? If you're having any security problems, if you're like me, yeah, and you're getting constant death threats and abuse and other people making videos about you saying that, you know, you're a coon and you're this and you're that and you're a bastard and, you know, and this and that and, you know the couple of incidents that we've been having, yeah? If you've got big hench 6-foot boxers, right, who when they wake up first thing in the morning, they turn their phone, yeah, vertical, and they start making videos in their car, threatening me, you know, and threatening to knock me out because I'm saying things they don't like, yeah? So if you need security, for all your security needs, Roma Security. And listen, Alfie does this for the top boxers. You'd be surprised, you know. Alfie does this for some of the boxers and some of the top boxing events. So, like I said before, Roma Security, WBM, Warren Boxing Management. If you know any boxing talent out there, if you know any fighters, young amateur fighters that need a start in boxing, that you think have got a bit of talent and you want them to be managed properly by people who've been in the sport for 20, 30, 40 years. We don't want to do what Frank Smith and Eddie Hearn do, throw them to the walls. Listen, if you've got a mate and you care about him, right, the last thing you want to see is him get thrown in the ring, yeah, with Anthony Joshua. That's what will happen. If he signs with Matchroom, right, if he signs with Matchroom or if he signs with Charlie Sims, it doesn't matter what his weight is. He could be a featherweight, right? Eventually, you know what they're going to do. Shove him with AJ, shove him with Golovkin. You know how they do down at the Matchroom side. So if you care about your mate and you need him to get a little, you know, a proper bit of boxing management by professionals who've been in that game 30, 40 years, WBN, Boxing Management, Alfie and Bobby Warren. Bobby Warren's been in the sport. Bobby Warren, yeah, has been in the sport. He's been in the game of boxing since before half these fucking YouTubers, you know, fell out their mum's pussy hole. All right. So shout out to my man, Alfie Warren. And hopefully, if I can get them 100 concurrent views on our live, hopefully the lives pick up again and we can get back to doing 100, 200 plus views. In our prime, we were doing sometimes 500, 600. But if we can start getting some of those views back, then I'm gonna be pushing these guys to the moon, because that's how it goes. You know how we roll. Loyalty is everything. Right, let's move on. Strafen, let's see how this fight's cracking on. Let me get this up here. Let me get the boxing back up on my screen. We're in round 9 out of 12. Katie Taylor's nearly coming out. TMG says, have you blocked anyone yet? Yes, I have, unfortunately. One person. We're trying to get Victor Barda back. Shevan's been in touch with Victor Barda. We're trying to get Victor Barda back on the show. I've even told him that I'll mod him up. But no one's seen him yet, right? But I don't want the fake Victor Barda. I want the real Victor Barda. One sec. 1 second. As I'm eating this salty caramel ice cream through a balaclava. In fact, you know what? Fuck this. Hold on. This is too much even for me. I can't do it. I'll have to wait till later. I'll have to have a break. No, Victor Barda's still around, Richard. He's still around. Shevan saw him the other day. But we're trying to get him to come in. But we'll see. Victor, if you're listening, you can be a mod if you come in. And Tony Lyons. Of course, listen, Tony Lyons is welcome. Tony, I apologise for banning you. Come back, all is forgiven, honestly. Sonny Singh says, we want the hedge fund. Oh, my God. Remember that dude? Hedge fund manager. While managing hedge funds on a Monday lunchtime, he had time to jump in my chat and start trying to slack me off. It's funny, innit? I bet they all do that down in the fucking city, innit? Down in the fucking city of London, innit? All these hedge fund managers. They've got about 25 monitors everywhere, innit? Monitoring all the stocks and all that kind of shit. And then in between, they're watching my show, innit? On a fucking Wednesday lunchtime. And then they jump into my chat and start attacking me, innit? About match and boxing. Yeah, he definitely sounds like a fucking hedge fund manager to me. With his fucking Black & Decker trimming hedges. Absolute joker. Right, let's move on. Sorry. This has been a long show, you know. A long show. I'm not as match fit as I thought I was. Right, let's talk about Conor Benn. Conor Benn is someone that we haven't really spoken about for a while. I haven't seen Yordanis Ugas versus Manny Pacquiao yet, right? Conor Benn's currently backstage, actually. Funny, he's just appeared on the screen. He's doing some shadow boxing. What do you guys think about Conor Benn? What do you think Conor Benn's ceiling is, right? So, press 1 if you think Conor Benn is going to be world level. Press 2 if you think Conor Benn is only going to be European level. And press 3 if you think Conor Benn is going to just be nothing more than British level. So, press 1 for world level. Press 2 for European level. Press 3 for British level. What do you think Conor Benn is going to be? Not what is he right now, but when he reaches his potential, what is he going to be? Is he going to be world, European, or British? For world, press 1. For European, press 2. For British, press 3. A few of you are pressing 3. So you think the ceiling of Conor Benn over his whole career, you think Conor Benn won't go past British level? I think he's going to be... Boxing World says him and Marku would be a good fight now. I think that about it, blah, blah, blah. So you think him and Marku. Do you remember we had Ingram on the show a while ago? Ingram is convinced that Marky would put Conor Benn out of there. Look at this. A lot of you are saying 3. So a lot of you are saying Conor Benn is only going to be British level ever over his whole career. A few of you are saying 2. I'm going with 2. I think Conor Benn, well, no, actually, I'm going to go with 1. I'm going to go with 1. I think Conor Benn will end up being world level. True world level, no, but I think he'll end up fighting at world level. I mean, I haven't seen Yordenis Ugas versus Manny Pacquiao yet. I do need to go back and watch that. But I do find it funny that, people are actually giving Conor Benn some kind of chance against Ugas. Do you remember that? Around about the time, Johnny Nelson was saying that Conor Benn had a chance against Sean Porter. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at this. I'm not even joking. First, I searched Conor Benn on Twitter, and the first tweet I see is him before his hair transplant. But yeah, people are giving him a shot against Yordenis Ugas. Ugas is in a different level. Yeah, it's dreadful. Look, I'm not even joking. He looks completely different without hair. Like, no disrespect, because Conor Benn will bang out anybody, including me. I've got no problem with Conor Benn. I like Conor Benn. But it shows you, innit, that looks don't tell you anything, does it? Because let's be honest, if we saw this guy outside on the street, yeah, and this guy wanted it with us, like, your ass wouldn't fall out, would you? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you see, like, a dude like this, he says, yeah, I want to knock you out. You think, well, you wouldn't be fucking shaking in terror, would you? But when you see, Conor Benn, he looks like now. Look at him. When you see this guy here, look at the difference between this. Look, night and day. Look there. You think, fuck me. He looks lean. He looks just like Nigel. He looks vicious. Look at him. He looks like an animal. And then you see him up here. Look, it's hard to believe that it's the same person. Look, Jesus fucking Christ. That is hard to believe that he is actually the same person. But let me say one thing about Conor. As he gets older and older, the older he gets, the more like Nigel he looks. Are we agreeing with that, innit? The older he gets, the more like Nigel he looks. He really is starting to look like Nigel now. When he was younger, he looked nothing like him. He looked like his mother, who, by the way, is an extremely good-looking woman. Have you ever seen Conor Benn's mum? Not in a bad way, but I think her name's Rachel. Extremely good-looking woman, Conor Benn's mum. I have to say, if you see Harley Benn's mum, she had a prime as well. Let's have a look. You ever seen Harley Benn's mum? No disrespect, but gee whiz. She has got seriously... Harley Benn's mum had a prime. Let's see if we can get some photos of it. Hold on. See if I can get you some material. His mum's name's Elisa. Harley Benn's mum had a prime. Lord. I don't think we're going to be able to find it. But I think that's his mum, is it? No. Hold on. 1 sec. 1 sec. Yeah, Boom says Nigel was on it back in the day with the ladies. Nigel was an animal. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. Hold on. But I have to show you this. What's his mother's name? Here we go. Look at this. Look. This is his mum. Harley Benn. Right, I can't get close enough. I mean, his mum was seriously good-looking woman. Are you kidding me? She looks, obviously, she's a bit older now, but I don't know if you guys can see that. Harley Benn's mum is seriously, but look, I'm trying to get this picture for you. Let me see if I can get this picture for you of Harley Benn's mum. Jesus Christ. Do you see what I'm talking about? Oh, Richard's giving me the IT skills again. I'm going to leave it like this, Richard, but you can see there, look. What do you think about that? Look. Jesus, Harley Benn. Look at his mum in her prime. I've never ever seen this photo before, by the way, but I looked at her on the right years ago and I said, you could obviously see that she was extremely good looking, yeah, in her peak. And just look at her. That's her with Harley when he was little. Look at her. Jesus fucking Christ. Harley Benn's mum is a stunner. Make no mistake about that. She's a bit older now, but Harley Benn's mother in her prime, Lisa, woo, man. No disrespect, but she was a seriously good-looking woman. Seriously good-looking woman. Shevin says, MILF, 100%. I think she went to school with Maya Jama. I mean, she is serious. You know what I mean? Maxwell D. Don't let me get serious. Don't let me get serious. Woo! Wait. Yeah, he was big on the raves, wasn't he, Nige? Yeah, look, he's got good taste in women. She was serious. Harley Benn. I felt sorry for him because every time his mum used to appear with him, you know what the comments used to be on Harley Benn's mum? Everyone was like, no disrespect. Okay, somebody's put no disrespect, Harley, but your mum is a seriously good-looking woman. I'll show you Conor's mum. This picture doesn't do her justice at all, but Conor Benn's mother, Rachel, is also extremely good-looking as well. Hold on. Really good-looking Rachel in her prime. And a good woman as well. Stuck by Nigel through thick and through thin. Let me tell you, let me just make this clear about Conor Benn, yeah? I've never had a problem with Conor Benn. I like Conor Benn as a person. I like him a lot. We'll talk about that closer to his fight. I like Conor Benn. He's a true fighter. He's not fighting for money. He doesn't need money. Conor Benn's had money for a long time. I think he's got investments in real estate or something that's going on. He's got investments in real estate back in Australia. Him and Nigel have both got money. They took their money and they invested their money into houses and real estate. So they've got money. Don't get it twisted. Like, Conor and Nigel are not broke, and Conor Benn did not need to box. He boxed because he wanted to continue his father's legacy. I've got a lot of respect for Conor Benn as a person. I've also got a lot of respect for Conor Benn and the way he handled the beef between him and Harley Benn, because that situation could have got really nasty. But the way Conor handled that was really mature. So I've got nothing but respect for Conor Benn as a human being. And his mother's a great woman as well, because Nigel, as you know, we all know Nigel had problems with sex addiction, tried to commit suicide, and that woman stuck by Nigel through thick and through thin. So I've got a lot of respect for Conor's parents. And I'm just trying to find a good picture of her, because that picture does her no good whatsoever. Hold on. One last one, Rachel Benn. And I think they work together in the church, don't they, out in Australia? Don't they? Hold on. Is her name Rachel? Have I got it wrong? It is, yeah. I'm trying to find a pic of her back in the day. Can't find it right now, but if anybody finds that, let me know. Very, very, very good looking woman in her prime. Right, let's have a look. Let's move on from that. So yeah, Conor Benn. A lot of you, what are you guys are saying? He's going to be. A lot of you guys are saying Conor Benn is only going to be British to European level. So anyway, they were talking about him fighting Ordinus Ugas, and even before I'd seen Manny Pacquiao and Ugas, right? I said straight away, you don't put Nigel Benn in the ring with somebody like Ordinus Ugas. Ordinus Ugas is all wrong for him. Very, very skillful fighter. Ordinus Ugas is one of them fighters that you like watching. Do you know what I mean? Like, for me, he's up there with like a Tony Harrison. There's certain guys that you box and they just got such good technique, and the way they do things, they've just got such great technique in the way they box and the way, Tony Harrison's got excellent technique. Whenever you watch Tony Harrison throw a jab right hand, Tony Harrison got one of the best jab right hands in the business, man. Tony Harrison's one of the most technically sound fighters, man. Jab right hand, excellent. Just excellent to watch. Kid Galahad makes a lot of mistakes in the ring, but Kid Galahad's another fighter that I could just watch all day. Just technically awesome to watch. Kid Galahad, he's a fighter that I personally really find him exciting to watch. Let me just say this one more time, no disrespect, but Harley Benn, your mother is a serious woman, Harley. No disrespect, but your mother is a seriously good-looking woman. I don't say that lightly. No disrespect, but that's all I got to say about that. So yeah, the whole thing about Benn and Ugas, bad fight, isn't it? What you want to do? I mean, there's a reason why they're trying to match Conor Benn with a shot Amir Khan. Those are the kind of fights that you get Conor Benn in there with. Big names that are on the rise, guys that have questionable chins, or guys that are going to stand there and trade with him. You know what I mean? Like Granados tonight is going to sit in the pocket with Benn and take one to give one. Those are the kind of fights that Conor Benn looks great in. Guys in there who are going to take one to give one. Tough guys. When he gets to the ring with a skilled boxer, slick boxer like an Ugas, he's going to get ruined. Bad fight. Bad fight. Khan's a good fight because we all know Amir Khan's been hanging his chin out to dry in fights for the last decade. And for those of you who have a Skype account, he's been hanging his willy out on Skype also for the last decade as well. But that's a little something that we'll talk about in just a second. Now, if you'll excuse me, because this tune's been going for an hour and a half, I'm just going to have a quick break. 1 second. I'm literally just going to go and get a drink. And then we're going to get on with the main card because Katie Taylor's going to be having her fight in a couple of minutes now. We're in round 12 of Strafen versus Hughes. If you see any subscribers on Addy's channel or on any different channels, and you know that these people have previously been subscribed to this channel, please let them know, yeah, that they can come and they can still listen to Uncle Ultra on this channel here, all right? So hit them up and tell them, look, like I said before, and hit the like button. 31 viewers, 19 likes, not too bad, but a few more of you can hit the like button. And like I said before, I hope you're enjoying the quality of the stream. As you can see, we've got it very professional looking, up top and up the bottom. All right, so it is what it is. Let's get this up here. Why is Maya Jama trending? 1 second. Hold on a minute. Oh, so Maya Jama's somewhere else. Oh, she's on Soccer Aid. Before I go, let's have a quick look. There you go. Listen, if Maya Jama showed up tonight looking like that, she would have got the L over Laura Woods, right? Before I go for my quick drink, who are you picking? Give me press 1 for Maya Jama or press 2 for Laura Woods. So let me just go and do this. So this is what you got. Who looks better tonight? That's not tonight. Press 1. Press 2 for Laura Woods. That's Laura Woods. If you've got Laura Woods tonight over Maya Jama, press 2. Or if you're going with Maya Jama over Laura Woods, press 1. 1 for Maya Jama, 2 for Laura Woods. All right. I'm just going to go and get a drink. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Right. You guys are liking my keyboard. You guys are liking my diversity keyboard very much. Glad to see that. Do you know what? There is a reason why Mrs. Ultra is Mrs. Ultra. She solved the drink problem. Use a straw. I can't believe I didn't think about that. That's why she's my other half. Do you know what I mean? See, the thing about living in this household is, right? She thinks of everything for me, so I don't even have to think about stuff anymore. It's like I'm on auto. I'm sure she's planned it that way. Now, she's turned me into a complete drone. I don't have to think about anything. She solves everything for me. You know, I said the other day, I can't remember the last time I actually turned on the washing. I turned on the washing machine, but I can't remember the last time I actually changed the setting on a washing machine. That's right. I put the clothes in the washing machine. In the last 10 years, I have put my clothes in the washing machine. But I don't think I've switched it on. She takes care of everything. Look at that, look. Look at this, look. Straw. She solved the problem. That's it. That's what she gets. Right. Let's have a look at these Maya Jama scores. Right. I've gone number one. For me, Maya Jama has beaten Laura Woods tonight. And then you all agree, and all of you have gone for one. All of you. There you go. Maya Jama has won tonight. She's got the W over Laura Woods. So in our little score right now, it's currently 3-1 to Laura Woods. 3-1 to Laura Woods. That's the first night that we've given Maya Jama the decision over Laura Woods. So congratulations there to Maya Jama. Congratulations there. You know, Maya was going home. She was hurting. You know, Maya was hurting. You know, she was listening to my stream and she was going home at night and she was hurting. You know, she was seeing all these decision losses she was taking to Laura Woods and she couldn't understand why she was getting beat. But she's gone away. She's made some adjustments. Now, if Laura Woods was to turn up like this on the zone next week, then I think the writing's on the wall for Maya Jama. Me personally, I just think Laura Woods has her number. That's my honest thing. Turkish Boxing says, was she actually? As in, was Maya Jama really listening to my streams and then going home upset because she was losing decisions to Laura Woods? Yes, is the answer. Let's have a look. So if Laura Woods turns up like this at the next DAZN event, then I think we're going to be looking at 4-1, in my opinion. Look at this. Laura Woods turns up like this, it's 4-1 to Laura Woods. But, you know, like I said before, you know, that's the problem when you get into a big lead. Sometimes you get into a big lead and you get a little bit too conservative. And Laura Woods tonight has been a little bit too conservative and she's paid the price. Maya Jama walks away with the L for the first time. It's so hot in here. My Haagen-Dazs is melting. One sec. Let's just move that over here. Let me move that there. So there you go. But like I said, I think Laura Woods just has her number. One of them things. Before we move on, Katie Taylor's about to fight imminently. Before we move on, one more quick poll, and then we're going to move on to the Katie Taylor fight. Let's solve this. Be honest now. Right? How old is Laura Woods? Now, don't go saying 35, 40, or 50 or whatever to try and be funny. I just want to know your opinion. This is a good picture of Laura Woods. How old is Laura Woods? On her passport, it's 34. That's what she's saying. How old do you think Laura Woods is? I thought she looked older, to be honest, but there you go. Let's have a look. In the meantime, let's get ready for this Katie Taylor fight because now we're going to really start getting into it a bit. Let's get this boxing up on the screen. I can see Laura Woods there with Tony Bellew and Andy Lee. Shevin saying 41. That's Shevin's a fucking clown. 41? Brother, 41. She's not 41. Oh, do you know what, Shevin? When I look at this picture, I think she does look 35. I think that's right. Turkish Boxing says 29. We've got a Laura Woods fan here. ABB says 39. Boom says she looks all right. Do you know what? I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. I tell you what, one thing that me and Laura Woods have got in common is I've got the same number of live viewers currently as Laura Woods' age. Yeah? So, like I said before, talk about a fall from grace. I went from getting anywhere from 100 to 200 people, sometimes more than 200 people on the live stream at any one given time. And I am now down to Laura Woods' age, 34. It is what it is. Let me put this in the bin. The wife got me a brand new mobile phone case today. So I'm just taking that off on the Frank Warren mobile. Golden Mike is saying she's 38. Oh, okay, fair enough. There you go. That's it. Joe Wall says, I'm 100% reliant on the missus. They know what they're doing. Do you know what it is? That's what it is, isn't it? Right, Jennifer Hand's coming out. So we're going to get ready for Katie Taylor as Jennifer Hand. So this is it now. This is the first real fight. Oh, no, wait. Is it Granados and Benn? Oh, it's Granados and Benn. We're getting ready now. Okay. Right, my bad. Granados and Benn. So we're on now. We're in the big time. We're in the pound seats. Let me just see if I can switch up to a slightly quicker. Right, okay, Benn up next. Okay. Kazim Din says, Ultra, is that you with the mask looking like M. Huncho? No, it's not. It's my slightly lighter skinned cousin called Horatio. It's not really me. All right, yeah, right. Adrian Granados is coming to the ring as we speak. I'm about to move this and get this into prime position on my screen. I'm expecting Conor Benn to win this fight by stoppage because at the end of the day, you know, Conor Benn excels in these kind of fights. Conor Benn's going to excel in fights where you've got guys who are going to sit there, take one to land one, and sit in the pocket and exchange with him. When you're going to see Conor Benn look suspect is guys who are going to stand back off him, pop a jab in his face, give him distance, look to slip and shoot, slip and counter. That's when you're going to see the worst of Conor Benn. So they're matchmaking very, very carefully at this point in time. It is what it is. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can get something going here. Hold on. I'm trying to get that email that Richard sent. 1 second. Why is it in trash? 1 sec. Richard sent me something. Where is that fucking thing gone? Hold on. That's bizarre. Oh, I've got it here. Sorry about that. Right. Let's try that again. Give me 1 sec, guys. Just a few techie problems. Okay, listen. The stream I've got might be a bit behind, okay? So just beware. The stream I've got might be a bit behind. Right. Conor Benn is now coming to the ring, okay? Here you go. 1 sec. Hey! I am dangerous. Who knows about that song that Conor Benn is coming out to? Here's a quick bit of boxing trivia. What is the significance of the song that Conor Benn has just come out to? Conroy Smith, Dangerous. Tell me now. What's the significance of that song?
Anthony Joshua's world.
Dangerous! I am dangerous. Yay! I am dangerous. Whoa! Dangerous. Oh, that last key was awful. What is the significance of Conor Benn coming out to Dangerous by Conroy Smith? You all claim you know about boxing. So here's a quick bit of boxing trivia. You've got 30 more seconds to answer. The winner, all right? The winner gets a signed used condom from me, delivered straight to them in the Royal Mail. What's the significance of that tune? 10 seconds left to answer. Why is that a very, very sentimental tune for Conor Benn? Right, here's the answer. The answer is that was his father's ringwalk song. Dangerous by Conroy Smith is Nigel Benn's ringwalk song. And he walked with that. He walked out to that song for his first fight with Chris Eubank. So if you watch Chris Eubank and Nigel Benn 1, you will see Nigel Benn comes out to Dangerous. That's the fight that he gets knocked out in when Chris Eubank Jr. knocked him out in their first fight. Yeah? So that's the significance of it. That's why Conor Benn's coming out to that theme tune. It's his dad's old ringwalk tune. And they say Ultra don't know nothing about boxing. Funny that, innit? Funny that. But like I said before, innit? You know, a lot of these mongs, they wouldn't know about that. Started watching boxing. Frotch and Grows. Ultra. Frotch and Grows. Frotch and Grows. Benn and Granados are in the ring as we speak. Conor Benn needs to impress in this fight. He needs to impress. Adrian Granados, I think I've only ever seen him fight once. And the one time I saw him fight was when he had a very, very close decision against Adrian Broner. I thought he lost to Adrian Broner, but it was a very, very, very close fight. People on the internet, they're idiots, of course, called it a robbery because, as you know, any fight that's a close fight these days on the internet is an automatic robbery. But yeah, Conor Benn definitely won the Battle of the Ringwalks coming out to that tune. And here's another one. Curtis Woodhouse. Shout out to Curtis Woodhouse. He also used to come out to that same tune, Dangerous. Now, obviously, Curtis Woodhouse isn't quite on the same level as Nigel Benn, but it's very, very popular tune among fighters. But there you go. Conor Benn coming out to his dad's old ringwalk music. Adrian Granados' record is appearing on the screen. 21 wins and 8 losses. In my opinion, he got beat by Adrian Broner, but it was a closer fight than what we were expecting. That, to me, is his career best performance to date that I can think of. Johnny Nelson, RIP, because let's face it, well, then again, if you look at Sky Sports' up-and-coming schedule, maybe it's not Johnny Nelson, RIP. But anyway, Johnny Nelson has said that Conor Benn needs to target the likes of Sean Porter, right? And so. Sean Porter. So, listen, very, very high praise for Conor Benn. You know, Johnny Nelson thinks he's already world class. So, like I said before, maybe some of the Americans will be watching this very, very carefully. You know, tonight we're going to get... It's hard to say we're going to get an idea of how much Conor Benn's progress, because, like I said, for me, I want to see him in the ring with a slick boxer. Does that make sense? I don't want to see him in the ring with guys like Adrian Granados. I want to see Conor Benn in the ring with a slick boxer, someone that's going to make him miss, because he does wind up a lot. He loads up on shots. If you look at the one thing about Conor Benn and Lara tonight, yeah, both of these two guys, Conor Benn and Mauricio Lara, they both throw very, very, very wide hooks, you know, and they really do turn all their leverage into it. I mean, if you look at the way they throw hooks, I mean, they literally just wind up and throw hooks like that. Do you know what I mean? Or they wind up and throw hooks like that. That looks terrible on the camera, but you get my point. But they literally just wind up. When we talk about telegraphing and boxing, telegraphing a hook here is when you pull your hand back before you throw it, right? So ideally, right, when you throw a hook, you know, you're bouncing, you're in your rhythm, you're feinting your jab hand, and then the left hook just comes. Does that make sense? It's harder to pick up. You're just bouncing, you're in a rhythm, right? Left hook just comes. These guys, right, you know, they do it and then they wind up and they go with it. So you can see it coming because they wind up and go with a hook, yeah? So they both telegraph their hook. They're both very, very wide punchers. And we'll talk about it later on. You know, slick guys who deal with these guys, roll the hook, 1-2 down the middle. Block the hook, come back with their own hook, counter punch. But these guys who they're putting Conor Benn in the ring with are not counter punchers. As we see now, look, Conor Benn immediately on a seek and destroy mission on the front foot. You know, Adrian Granados, if I'm Adrian Granados for me, and Granados is trying to fight with Conor Benn, but this fight doesn't look like it's going to go very long to me. I mean, Adrian Granados looks like he's in survival mode straight away. And I tell you what, the first big shot that Conor Benn lands, this one could be over, because the signs from Granados that I'm not liking is when Conor Benn's throwing the overhand right, he's turning away. I mean, he looks like he doesn't. Can you see there? He's almost not looking when he's turning away from that overhand right from Conor Benn. It's not a good sign. Can you see? It's not a good sign at all. It looks to me like he's coming to survive very, very early on. You know, I'm not sure if he believes he can actually get the job done in this fight. Let's have a look. Let's see what he's made of. But I'm not liking the way he's reacting to that overhand right of Conor Benn. Like, he's almost turning away and not looking on the shot, you know. And when fighters do that, you know, I do that. Look, Conor Benn is absolutely unloading on him. And you see there, Conor Benn unloading with the big left and right hooks. But again, left himself open down the middle, yeah, for a counter punch from Granados. There you go. As Conor Benn there throws a massive left hook. And you see, he nearly took himself off his feet. And what I'm saying about Granados here in these early rounds for me is stay compact. Stay compact. When you're dealing with hookers like Benn, Benn loads up with another huge left hook and misses, yeah? When you're dealing with guys like Benn who are just throwing these big baseball bat, I'm a southpaw, so it's the other hand. When you're dealing with these guys who are throwing these big baseball bat hooks, for me, if you're Adrian Granados, don't stand tall with Conor Benn. Does that make sense? Don't stand tall. Don't stand high with Conor Benn. Crouch down, roll, make him miss. Because when Conor Benn loads up for that big hook and you roll it, he hits thin air. He takes himself off balance. He's off balance. He can't then come back with his work. Does any of that make sense what I'm saying? If you guys can give me a yes or a no, that would be great. Because it's the first time I've ever done this where you can visually see this on the screen. But does that make sense what I'm saying about the hooks? If you're Granados, yeah, stay compact, stay low. When that big left hook comes from Conor Benn, roll the hook. Don't take it high, roll the hook. Let him take himself off the balance. Let him miss the shot. If he's still there, 1-2 straight down the middle. Give me a yes or a no. Does any of that make sense? Was that valuable analysis in any way? So I need to watch this fight. It's definitely a Conor Benn round. Conor Benn's the one who's putting the pressure on. But let's just see. Granados looks like he's settling down a little bit early on. But he needs to stay low and he needs to stay compact. Because you can see Benn's looking for the overhand right and he's also looking for big left hooks. There you go. Conor Benn looked for the big overhand right off the jab there. Granados needs to stay cool and compact and roll the shots. Don't take them hooks high. But you see, Michael H said it there. Benn is winging and wild. And this is what I've been saying the whole time about Conor Benn. When he gets in there with a slick fighter, like someone like a Yordanis Ugas, it's going to be horrible for him. Because what these guys will do is, these guys won't do what Adrian Granados is doing. Adrian Granados tried to survive that first round. That's all he's... Adrian Granados is just interested right now in surviving and taking this fight as late as possible. When you start getting in the ring with the elite level, the high echelon / elite level fighters. They're not going to do what Granados is doing. They're gonna lift, they're gonna slip, they're gonna ride, but they're gonna counter back straight away. Yeah, and that's the difference. Conor Benn's not being made to pay for his mistakes because he's in the ring with an opponent who's looking to survive. But when he steps up a level, he's going to be in trouble. He will be in trouble when he steps up. Let's see what Tony Sims is saying in the corner. One sec. Oh, I'm going to miss it because of the fucking cunt stream. Hold on. Excuse me, DAZN. One sec.
Conor Benn, although he relies on our coach, he working into jab on the body punches. She went the back and jab. She did the jab, set those punches up.
Couldn't hear nothing. All I could hear was Tony Sims telling him, keep working the jab up and down. The comments have kind of stopped. So if you guys can give me a... yeah, I'm quite a bit behind. This stream's a bit slower, so I'm a little bit behind. Richard, if you've got a faster stream, Richard, or if you've got a faster thing, there you go. Conor Benn walked into a right hand there on the ropes. You see that? I don't know if he was buzzed by that, but you see with Conor Benn. Listen, this is the same type of fight that Josh Warrington needs to fight against Lara. When you're dealing with big hookers like Conor Benn, roll, ride, make a miss, and throw 1-2 straight down the middle. And Conor Benn's walked himself there a couple of times onto the ropes. He's smothered his own work, and he's throwing big hooks. He's missing. He leaves himself open right down the middle. So throw them straight down. If you're Granados, obviously you want to keep off the ropes. But when you're against the ropes, there you go. Granados rolled that. No. That's not a drop. There's a foot clash. Nothing wrong there. He's fine. Feet clash. But can you see what Granados did against the ropes there that time? Conor Benn backed Granados up onto the ropes, and Granados rolled under. He slipped under Conor Benn's hook, came up and countered him with a right hand over the top. That's what he needs to do in this fight. If you're Granados, roll the hooks. Don't take them high. Slip under, roll them. Return fire with the right hand. Conor Benn is right open down the middle because he's so wide. He's so wide. Richard saying mine's 2 minutes left of round 2. Same here, yeah. So Richard, me and you's on the same pace here. What do you guys think about my analysis so far? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Let me know because you guys are going silent. Only 25 people in here, actually. So we've actually lost people, but I'm not too bothered. I think we're adding value right now. Let's have a look. Good right hand to the body there from Conor Benn. That was nice. He pinned Granados to the ropes with a jab, but then he threw the right hand to the body. That was nice. Granados is trying to push forward against Conor Benn, but there's no real quality coming with the work from Granados. Like I said before, Granados' best bet is to take this late, yeah? By, like I said, when Conor Benn, show Conor Benn distance. Because if you look at Conor Benn, look at the lack of a jab from Conor Benn at the minute. Not really pumping the jab from distance. He's not really jabbing his way in. Do you see there? Conor Benn went from this with the overhand right. He didn't jab his way in at all. He threw a massive overhand right, and Granados just stepped out to range. So for me, like I said before, if you're Granados right now, show Conor Benn distance, pump a jab out, because Conor Benn's not using his jab. Conor Benn's height. Big uppercut from Granados there. They both landed. That was a big uppercut from Granados. Did you see that? 30 seconds left in round 2, I'm at. That was a big uppercut. I think they both landed. I think Conor Benn, there's blood coming from his nose. And I think, like I said, he opened up for a hook and Granados went up the middle with an uppercut and caught him. I mean, like I said before, those people who are saying Conor Benn can fight Sean Porter, they must be off their tits right now. Oh, and he got caught with another right hand. Let me tell you something. If you're Adrian Granados, yeah, if you can survive a couple more rounds, you've got a genuine chance in this fight. The pace of the fight might get to him. Eventually, Benn's pressure might get to him. But he took a big punch. I mean, right now, he's not looking anywhere near world level. Let's have a listen to Tony Sims in the corner. Hold on. Katie Taylor's backstage with getting ready for her fight. Let's have a look here. What do you guys think about Benn? For me, like I said, it's all the things we've spoken about when we've spoken about Conor Benn in the past. Loading up on shots, not setting up behind the jab at all. And again, I have to ask the questions, what is going on in this Tony Sims gym? And it's not all Tony Sims' fault because, it was a big uppercut from Granados. And you can see there, Conor Benn's up on the inside. He went for his own uppercut and he got counter uppercutted. It was a great shot from Granados. That's probably the best shot of the fight so far, is that left uppercut landed from Granados. Good shot there. And again, if you're Granados there, we'll see. He's in the fight. There's no question. He's in the fight. He's got to keep staying compact and rolling the shots. Round 3's just started there. Benn there starts off with a jab. He's starting off behind that jab again. Let's see if he manages to establish the jab. But right now, he's, again, like a lot of these fighters, he's having big problems working his way from distance. Anytime Granados shows him a bit of distance, he's in trouble. And he starts trying to, you know, close the distance by throwing overhand looping shots. And then he's getting countered off it. Let's see how Granados is getting. But Granados doesn't seem to like the pace of the fight. But very good from Granados again. When Granados was up close, he stayed compact and he slipped underneath the hook from Benn. That was good. Good defense from Conor Benn as well. Conor Benn showed some very, very good head movement there to avoid some of these shots from Granados. So Conor Benn showing some very good head movement himself. But right now, Conor Benn looking flawed, in my opinion. Conor Benn looking flawed. If Granados is fit enough to take the pace of this fight, he has got a chance to win this fight. It's not a big chance, but he's in it. But it comes down to, will the pace of the fight slow? If Conor Benn can keep this pace going for a couple more rounds, he'll probably get the stoppage. But let's just see how it goes. Granados is being backed up onto the ropes by Benn again. Benn that time fainted before he went. That was nice from Conor. He backed Granados up against the ropes, and he's fainting before he goes now. That's nice from Conor. He's getting Granados close, and he's throwing little feints. He's throwing feints, and then he's looking to go instead of just going. Benn got caught again with a right hand, though, as he loaded up. I think Benn went for his own left hook or something, and he got clipped there. Bit rough and tumble. Granados hits the canvas, but there's nothing serious there. Michael H says, Benn loading up and will gas out. I'm not sure. Benn looks very fit. One thing about Tony Sims, he gets his fighters very fit. Never question that. But there's only so far fitness is going to take you. Fitness is extremely important. It's arguably one of the most important things, or the most important thing in boxing, believe it or not. But it will only take you so far once you step up to the elite level. And once Conor Benn starts getting in with the guys like Ugas and stuff, it's going to be in big trouble. Big trouble. You know, look, Conor Benn literally spun himself around in a 360 off a left hook. He threw a left hook, he missed, and he spun himself around. And that's what we're talking about. When these big punchers, are throwing these big winging left and right hooks, don't stand tall and take them. Take a step back and make them hit fresh air or roll under the shot, because they take themselves completely off balance and they can't carry on the attack. And you see Conor Benn threw a massive left hook. He completely missed the shot and he literally spun himself around. That was a good overhand right up close though from Conor Benn. Conor Benn pinned Granados. Oh, it's a good shot from Conor Benn. Good left hook. He lands it. Big one against the ropes. That would have shooken Granados up. Listen, I've got arguably Conor Benn 3-0 up in this fight. Coming to the end of the third round, I've got Conor Benn arguably 3-0 up. So we'll have to see. I think Granados is just looking to survive. You know, that's my opinion. I think Granados is just looking to survive right now. Let's have a look and see what they're saying and get on Twitter about Conor Benn. What do you guys think about the performance so far? It's off here. See? Toby Players has got it 2-1. This guy, Ethan Boyce, says Conor Benn is electric. I don't know. I think Ethan might like my keyboard. Let's have a look. Yeah, Granados is definitely landing some good shots. Let's have a look. This guy says Conor Benn is miles away from world title contention. Some of you casuals will lap up any old crap that Matcham and Hearn feed you. Conor Benn in another massive test against the fella you never heard of a month ago. Let's have a look. Let's see. Right, round 4. We're going to get going. Right, round 4. Granados is getting backed up against the ropes again. Let's see how Conor Benn's able to land the shots. He is fainting before he goes, Conor Benn. I've definitely seen that. You can see that anytime Conor gets Granados against the ropes, he wants to throw the overhand right. That looks to me what Conor Benn wants to throw. So anytime Conor Benn has Granados against the ropes, it looks to me like he's looking for that overhand right over the top. Again, he's trying to set it up. And he's trying to set it up by feinting the jab. So anytime he backs up Granados against the ropes, he's feinting like he's going to go jab upstairs, jab downstairs. And what he's actually trying to do is disguise an overhand right. That's what I think is coming. But we'll have to see. Richard from Twitter says, pretty standard Conor Benn fair, really, isn't it? Yeah, I'd agree with that. He's not looking special at all. And again, great work from Granados. Benn backed him up against the ropes, and Benn threw 5 or 6 continuous left hooks and overhand rights. And Granados did what I've been saying he should do. He rolled underneath the shots there. When his back hit the ropes, he dipped and he rolled underneath the shots. Very, very important not to take those shots high. I hope Josh Warrington's watching, because he's about to get in there with a massive hooker. Oops, in the next an hour or so. 4 out of 10. Granados there tries to change turn the tables there. But to me, I'll be honest with you, it looks like Granados is just in there to survive, to be honest. Granados, to me, really looks like he's struggling with the pace of the fight. Like, Conor Benn is fighting at a ferocious pace, you know, and Granados is just in there to survive. So we'll have to wait and see if he can keep it up. But my guess at the minute is I'll probably go towards Conor Benn's stoppage, because I just think the pace is going to become a bit too much for Granados. And I think that once Conor lands a big shot, he'll probably get him out of there. So if you're asking me how this fight's going at the minute, I'm going to say Conor Benn in a late stoppage, because I think the pace is just too much. And I think that's what's causing Granados problems. I don't think it's really Conor Benn starting to land big up close there. But see, I think it's the pace. I don't think it's because Conor Benn's a very gifted boxer. I don't think it's anything technically that's causing Granados problems. I just think it's just the energy and the work rate that's really causing him problems. The one change I've noticed here is, even though Granados is taking a lot of punish, he's taking quite a few shots. This has been Conor Benn's best round of the fight, in my opinion, right? By far, Conor Benn's best round of the fight. Granados now, even though he looks like he's gassing and getting hurt, is starting to smother Conor Benn's work and get into the pocket. Again, you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat in boxing. You know, if you want to get away from the power, sometimes you can smother a guy's power. Look at Tyson Fury in the Deontay Wilder rematch. He smothered Wilder's power, sat on his chest, got up close, yeah, and took the life out of him that way. Very good left hook up on the inside from Conor Benn. He snuck that left hook right underneath Granados' elbow. He's starting to land with a bit more authority and a bit more often for me. And again, that's not down to the fact that Conor Benn's, you know, extremely talented. It's more down to the fact that the pace of the fight is just too much for Granados. Michael H says he's all hooks and nothing else. He is going to be in big trouble if they continue to push him up. Conor Benn at the minute is winning this fight on fitness and nothing else, really, in my opinion. Let's see what this guy says. This guy says Conor Benn is being given a real test, but looks to be passing it as of now. I like how Benn sticks the jab in the body and then steps back. Okay, I don't know what this guy's talking about. So at that point, we'll go. I think Benn, you know, is the jab from Benn has been pretty much non-existent tonight, you know. And I'm just going to be honest and call it how it is. If you're any top elite welterweight and you're sitting at home watching this on tape, there's no fear whatsoever of Conor Benn. I'm just going to be real. Like, if you're an elite level heavyweight, if you're an Errol Spence, a Yordenis Ugas, if you're a Sean Porter, if you're a Danny Garcia, and you're watching what you're seeing tonight from Conor Benn, you know, you sleep like a baby. You would sleep like a baby, and that's the bottom line of it. But we'll have to listen. I honestly believe that Josh Kelly, with a couple of fights, getting back into it, has the ability to actually decision Conor Benn. But we'll have to wait and see. Right, 2 minutes 40 left in round 5. Conor Benn is backing up Granados onto the ropes and hunting him down. It's all about, can Benn land the one big shot that's going to end this fight? And what I'm seeing so far, it was a good right hand again, good left hook there from Granados. A good counter left hook. He left hook Conor Benn off his own left hook because, again, Conor Benn, no defense whatsoever. He throws big wide hooks. He's right open straight down the middle, and he doesn't bring his hands back to his head after he punches. And again, question marks have to be asked. They have to be asked about what is going on in the Tony Sims gym, because we know that he's putting in a lot of work. We know that he's very fit. We know that Conor Benn's doing all the circuits. We know he's doing all the strength and the conditioning work. Good right hand over the top from Conor Benn. Good right hand. He might have hurt. I think he might have genuinely hurt Granados there. Good right hand over the top. But again, to me, it's all on fitness. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's got basic defensive frailties. He's winning this fight. He's winning this fight on fitness alone. You know, you can definitely tell Conor Benn's been putting in the work. He hasn't cut any corners. He's been doing his strength and conditioning. He's been going for his 10-mile runs or whatever. He's put the work in the gym. But it's the technique. And for me, like I said, when he gets to world level, the fitness isn't going to be enough to overcome the glaring mistakes that he makes, you know. Doesn't bring his hands back to his chin when he punches. He's a very, very wide puncher, and he's absolutely wide open for counters. Granados is still in this fight. Conor Benn arguably has won every round other than what? The second round. But like I said before, and it doesn't look to me like Conor Benn's going to be slowing down anytime soon. So for me, this is a survival mission for Adrian Granados. But again, they're telling us that Conor Benn is really made for bigger things than this. And right now, to be honest, to me, it almost looks like he's found his level. Do you think that's an unfair comment? Drop me a comment and I'll read it, yes or no. But to me, it almost looks like Conor Benn's found his level at the minute. That's my opinion, you know. It almost looks to me like he's kind of found his level. You know, he's certainly not world level at this moment in time. Joe Wells says absolutely. You can tell he's crushing it in the gym, but it's not about crushing it in the gym. It is about crushing it in the gym, but it's about having defense. And you can see when he loads up on these shots, you know, for me, it's very disappointing because they're talking about this guy as a world-class fighter. Serious lack of a jab, serious lack of any sort of, you know, where's the game plan to try and pin Granados down and set him up behind some cute feints or some cute shots or some bait shots? Where's the game plan? The only game plan that I'm seeing from Conor Benn here is quicken up the feet, back him up against the ropes, and hope to land an overhand right or a left hook. His game plan there is, you know, hope to land something big to slow this guy down. But there's no cuteness in the game plan. I'm not seeing, you know, the only thing resembling any kind of cuteness that I've seen from Conor Benn so far is when he backs Granados up to the ropes, I see him throw that little feint, his little feint to the body. He's feinting that little jab to the body because what he wants to do, I'll turn orthodox for you. He's throwing that little feint jab to the body, and he's feinting. When he gets close, you see he's doing this. Look, he's throwing them feint because what he wants to do is come over the top with it with the right hand. So that's the only cute thing I've seen Conor Benn do in the ring tonight. You know what I mean? Close him down. He's throwing them little feints to the body because he wants him to drop his hand so he can come over the top with that right hand. That's about all I've seen from Conor Benn. The rest of it is all just big left hook, big right hook. He doesn't even do this. The basics of throwing a hook, yeah? Your hand, your rear hand should always be by your chin. So when you throw a hook, you do this. Makes sense. Your rear hand should be by your chin. Yeah? The reverse here, if you're an orthodox, you can see there, my rear hand is behind my chin, yeah? Conor Benn throws hooks like this. That's what he's doing. He winds up on hooks, chin up in the air. When he steps up a level, he's gonna go. He's gonna go. And I know people will be watching this and thinking I'm being too harsh, but I'm just telling you the way it is. When he steps up a level, he will go. No question about it. You can't be that reckless. Because when he gets to elite level, he ain't going to be the puncher. Because I don't believe he's a bigger puncher than Danny Garcia or some of these other guys. But I do believe he's going to get a stoppage in this fight. But again, Granados, I have to say, is just doing enough to survive right now. And again, the only reason he's surviving is because Conor Benn is not setting up the shots properly at all. You know, let me tell you one thing about Conor Benn. The right hand to the body would be a nice shot. You know, every time he's thrown that shot, he's had a little bit of success with that shot. That right hand to the body. When you pin Granados against the ropes, right? I'm going to try and turn orthodox for you now because I'm a southpaw. When you back Granados up to the ropes, that right hand to the body. Sit down on that right hand to the body. Sit down on that right hand to the body. Come up with that left hook. Start at the body. When he's thrown to the body, he's landed at will. But he's headhunting too much. You know, when you trap Granados against the ropes, give me that right hand to the body. That's what I'll be saying. Right hand to the body. Come back across with that left hook. But again, at the minute, he's hunting again. He's got Granados against the ropes and he's just headhunting. Everything's wild. There's no shape. There's no shape at the minute. You know, Granados really, we're at the point where Granados, I don't think, and he's going to struggle to survive. The pace is too much for him. He's literally surviving in there. Let's see how far he can go. 1 minute 20 left in round 6. To me, it's looking like it's getting a bit too much for Granados, to be honest. And again, you see Granados, yeah, you see Granados is tired. And you see on the inside, you see when Granados is backing up Conor Benn, yeah? Do you see him fall on top of Conor Benn? Look at his head position. His head's falling down the center. Can you see? You see when he's trying to smother Conor Benn's work? Look at Granados. You see his head falling down. Like that. Uppercut. That's where Conor Benn should be bringing uppercuts up. Makes sense? So if you're Conor Benn, when Granados tries to smother and his head falls down the center, bring the uppercut up. But I'd imagine that Ben's going to get the stoppage quite soon because Granados looking out of there. But again, Conor Benn with a massively wide left hook and Granados rolled underneath it, made him miss, ended the attack. And that's how he's surviving. Conor Benn, there you go. Good right hand, left hook to the body from Conor Benn. There you go. Maybe he listens to the show. End of round 6 there. Conor Benn with a nice little right hand to the body, left hook upstairs. That right hand, that simple adjustment from Conor Benn. Right, I think he's throwing it again. He's beginning to make that adjustment. Watch out for that adjustment from Conor Benn. Backing up Granados to the ropes, right hand to the body, left hook upstairs. That's a much better combination that will get this guy out of here. That's a good adjustment from Conor Benn. What do you guys think about the quality of the analysis so far? Is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Because if I'm not making sense, then there's no point in me talking. Sometimes it goes so quiet in the chat. I'm not even sure if we're making sense here. But you said it makes sense. Look out for that little adjustment from Conor Benn now. Instead of starting at the head with a wild hook, yeah, he started going right hand to the body and then coming back across to the left. That's a good combination. That will work for him. That will work for him. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a listen in the corner. Here's the corner. Hold on. Oh, this is fucking stream. Here we go.
I'm not going to say break his own legacy, but if you can strike him up, he's got his own role, walk his own path, make a name for himself.
To be fair to Tony Sims has just told Conor Benn, I want to see you jab to the body. I want to see you jab up and down. So to be fair to Tony Sims is giving him the correct advice. He's seen that Conor Benn's headhunting, and again, he wants him to start varying into the body. So he wants him to jab up and downstairs to the body because he wants the hands to come down so the overhand right, left hook will hit the target. At the minute, Benn's exclusively headhunting. Again, I like my adjustment better from Conor Benn. Right hand to the body, left hook upstairs. That's the adjustment that he made in round 6. Let's see if he continues. Again, he got Granados backed up against the ropes. He threw a massive overhand right, missed it, and Granados escaped. We're now into round 7. Quasim Din says, Benn going right hand crazy. Switch it up and throw a right uppercut instead. Listen, if Granados walks onto him and sits on his chest and dips the head down, bring the uppercut in by all means. But I honestly think Tony Sims is giving him the right advice. He needs to start at the body, jab to the body, right hand to the body, left hook, but start dropping some body work in there. Start jabbing to the body and get this guy to start thinking about that because he's headhunting exclusively. And Granados is surviving. He's been smart. He's rolling the shots. He's doing very well. And Conor Benn has noticeably slowed down in this round. The work rate has absolutely dropped in this round 7 from Conor Benn. Work rate's gone. It's almost like he's taken the round off. And this is what I was saying about top-level boxing, right? You can only rely on your fitness for so long. So when I hear Conor Benn talking about, yo, I've been crushing it in the gym, mate, that's brilliant. It's great that you don't cut any corners. It's great that you train hard. But eventually, mate, honestly, you're going to need to start doing the basics of boxing, like bringing your hands back to your chin, not telegraphing on the hooks, being a little bit more variation behind the jab. You're going to need those things. Otherwise, he's going to step up like every other matchroom fighter and he's going to get decked. And we're going to be sitting here on the live stream taking the piss and asking him about what the fuck happened. Do you know what I mean? 36 people in here. That's the peak for tonight. If anybody in here, if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. I hope you're enjoying the stream. This is probably, like I said before, not only some of the best technical analysis you will get anywhere on the internet, but look, I've now got the complete setup. I think I've actually got one of the best looking live streams that you will see anywhere on the internet as well. Do you know what I mean? It's not just me, do you know what I mean? Sitting in front of a camera, you've got graphics, you've got webcam, you've got lights, you've got everything. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you want to follow me on Twitter, look at the top of the screen right there. Let's see, how do I do this? Is it here? There, okay. Ultras Podcast, at Ultras Podcast on Twitter. Make sure you follow me on Twitter so that if anything happens to my YouTube account, we can all get together again. We can stay in contact and I can tell you what to go on. So follow the Twitter, okay? Follow the Twitter, hit subscribe, hit like. 20 seconds to go in round 7 and Conor Benn still hasn't got this guy out of here yet. Let's have a look. In that round, I think Conor Benn's taking a rest and Granados is the one stepping on the front foot. Let's read some of the comments. Quasim Din says, Benn running out of ideas. TMG says, Benn never winning a world title. Neil S says, oddly, he's a carbon copy of Eubank Jr. That's a very, very interesting comment. I disagree with it, but Neil S, I can see why you would say that. There's definitely logic behind what you're saying. Let's hear Darren Barker. This is Darren Barker's thoughts. Hold on.
I think the message would be clear. It's about cutting the ring off. He's following Granados around the ring a lot. He needs to try and pin him in the corner, then let the shots go. I think setting traps as well. Jab to the body. Throws it so well, the jab to the body, followed by a big overhand right. Got to start setting traps. He's loading up a little bit, getting a bit frustrated in there. Got to start cutting off the ring.
There you go. Look, fair credit to Darren Barker. You see, Darren Barker has pretty much mirrored my exact analysis of this fight. You see Darren Barker talking about jab to the body. Sorry, I'm southpaw, so I need to turn orthodox for you guys, yeah? Jab to the body, followed by a right hand over the top. You hear that's what Darren Barker was talking about. You hear Darren Barker talking about the lack of ideas. Yeah, not setting traps. These are all the things we've been talking about tonight. So I'm pretty confident in my analysis there. I'm pretty confident in my analysis. Right, we're into round 8. Good uppercut on the inside from Conor. That's what definitely one thing. Anytime Granados rests his head, yeah. Anytime Granados on the inside brings the head down, uppercut. Good uppercut from Conor Benn to start off. Granados though does look to have a bit of pop in his feet though. His legs don't look dead to me. You've got a lot of pep still in those legs. He's still circling the ring, Granados. He's still circling the ring. I mean, he's doing things that are very, very dangerous, right? Like Granados is circling around the ring. His hands are down. You know, he's not using his... It's hard to explain here, but he's sort of dancing around the ring, hands down. And he's turning a shoulder. When Conor Benn tries to throw the overhand right, he's trying to shoulder roll the shot. Very dangerous. But then again, that speaks to how one-dimensional a boxer that Conor Benn is. Does it make sense? That's how one-dimensional of a boxer at the minute that Conor Benn is. The fact that Granados can just skirt around the ring, right? Not have to use his hands as the secondary method of defense. He's using his legs and he's using that right shoulder. And he's walking around hands down to conserve energy. And as Conor's throwing that overhand right, he just shoulder rolls away from it. That in itself, the fact that he's able to get through the fight with that kind of defense, it tells you that Conor Benn is really lacking technically as a boxer. And I'm not trying to pile in on him. He's a good bloke. And I like this guy. He's a good bloke. But I'm just saying, shout out to Toby Players. His DAZN has gone down. So Toby Players, his DAZN has gone down. He's saying, I can't believe I pay for this. Well, neither can we, Toby. I don't think any of us can believe that. 1 minute 15 to go in round 8. Has Conor Benn done anything? And to be fair to Tony Sims, I'm not going to put any blame on Tony Sims because Tony Sims just told him to start going to the body, dropping the jab to the body. And he hasn't done it. He has not done it. Let's see what he's doing now. 1 minute to go in round 8. You see in a recent Joshua Buatsi fight where Joshua Buatsi had problems with a journeyman. And Joshua Buatsi, in one of the best knockouts of the year, did exactly the same thing. Joshua Buatsi had problems. There's a bit of an exchange there, but Conor was getting caught with a few shots. He landed a few of his own, but he definitely getting caught with a few counters. Nearly got caught right on the bottom with a right hook. Again, doesn't bring his hands back to his chin at any point. But he's winning this fight. Conor Benn's clearly winning this fight. I'll give Granados 1 round max. But like I said before, we're talking about Conor Benn as a world-level opponent. And he's absolutely not at this minute in time. I thought Granados turned southpaw there for a minute. Oh, good right hand from Conor Benn. That was a good shot. Jab right hand over the top from Conor Benn. Landed nice and flush. Granados took it fine. Granados seems fine. His legs seem fine. Do you see there, Granados? You see him shoulder rolling off that right hand from Conor Benn. You see what I'm saying? Granados is literally dancing around the ring, yeah, with his hands down. Because he knows Conor Benn's loading up from distance. Because he knows that there's no cuteness in the work of Conor Benn. Because he knows that Conor Benn's not a top-level fighter at setting traps. He knows that if there's a bit of distance, Conor Benn's probably going to throw left hook or the overhand right. So he can afford to walk around the ring, conserve energy with his hands down. And when Conor Benn throws the overhand right, he just leans off it off the shoulder and carries on with his business. Let's go to the Twitter comments. Let's see what Twitter's saying about Conor Benn. I want to see Benn and McKinson. I believe Benn will win the fight. But I'd like to see Benn and McKinson. I just want to see how he does against the slick fighter. Hold on. Let's see the latest on Conor Benn. Let's see what the internet is saying about Conor Benn. Conor Benn really struggling with a gatekeeper in Granados. This guy says, Conor Benn versus Granados is the worst fight of the night. Very boring. Let's have a look. Not sure what to make of Conor Benn tonight. His heart doesn't really seem to be in it. No, I think Conor Benn's heart is there. I think his fitness is there, and I think his heart is there. But I agree with Gary Harrison. I think Conor Benn's found his level tonight. This is the level that Conor Benn's at. Let me tell you, a good fight for Conor Benn. Bring Josh Kelly back. Give Josh Kelly 3-4 fights, and then let's see Conor Benn, Josh Kelly. I think Josh Kelly, I've always said it, 100% Josh Kelly can beat Conor Benn. I've always said that, and I will stand by that. I'm not saying he will, but I believe Josh Kelly at 100%, I believe he can beat Conor Benn. What do you guys think about that? Do you think I'm right or wrong? Give me press 1 for ultras right and press 2 for ultras wrong. Okay? Conor Benn versus prime Josh Kelly. So a Josh Kelly that's had 3, 4, 5 comeback fights, gets his fitness up, gets that ring rust off, yeah? What do you think? I have always said that Josh Kelly can beat this guy. This guy is no David Evanesian. Conor Benn is no David Evanesian. People need to get that into their fucking heads. Conor Benn is no David Evanesian. And you've seen that tonight. Josh Kelly will make this guy miss for a laugh. And Josh Kelly will... Let me tell you one thing now. I'm not saying that Josh Kelly will beat Conor Benn, but I will tell you this now. Josh Kelly will have no problems hitting Conor Benn in their fight. That I can promise you that now. Josh Kelly will have zero problem. This is how many problems Josh Kelly will have hitting Conor Benn. Yeah? 0. Or is that a 6? You feel me? Good jab from Granados. Josh Kelly would have fucking 0 problems hitting Conor Benn. He would have... I'm telling you. Josh Kelly landing on Conor Benn would not be a problem. All it would be about is Josh Kelly's defense. If Josh Kelly has the right defense, he wins that fight on points wide. I'm telling you. Josh Kelly with the right, all of you guys are agreeing. You guys are agreeing with me. I've always said that about Josh Kelly. Josh Kelly's a far more talented fighter than Conor Benn. He's a far more talented fighter than Conor Benn. But people are writing him off after one fight because he got in the ring with a guy. He basically hadn't boxed for a year or two and then stepped to the ring with a guy who won a world title and a guy who's one of the best fucking, best fighter. Oh, let me just look at this. 30 seconds to go. So we're nearly at the last round. Sorry. The reason why I haven't been commentating too much on these last couple of rounds is because Conor Benn hasn't made any adjustments. He's doing exactly the same thing. And he was in the ring tonight with a guy who was supposed to look good against. And he hasn't done it. He's looked crude. He's looked wild. For me, like I said, serious question marks need to be asked about the coaching. And what is going on? Serious question marks need to be asked about the coaching. Serious question marks. Right, we're about to go into the last round. Granados is raising his hands. You see that? Because all he came to do was survive. Granados just coming in for a paycheck. He's a gatekeeper. If he can come in and if he can survive, the better. Look at Ade backstage on the zone. Shout out to Ade. Big up Ade. Right, we're getting into the last round now. Let me see if anybody's saying about Josh Kelly. Let me tell you about this now. Josh Kelly, trust me, he can beat Conor Benn. I've always said that. Surprised. Look, there you go. Look at this guy. Josh Kelly somewhere kicking himself. Should have fought Benn. He's there. He's there for him. He's right there for him. He's right there for him. Right, we're going into the final round. You guys are saying Ade's suit is too small. Listen, we don't allow any criticism of Ade on this channel. Right, we're getting into the last round. Good left hook up on the inside from Conor Benn. You can see the sweat fly off Granados' head. Let's see how the thing is now with Conor Benn, the thing is, now because he's going to rush to try and end the fight inside the distance, he's not really going to set it up, is he? He's going to load up on punches again, which is what's been getting him into trouble throughout the whole fight. So I'm not expecting to see much change from Conor Benn. He should have gone about this fight in a different way. Instead of trying to blast the guy in a couple of rounds, he should have set up his punches and softened him up. And he hasn't done it. And I think he's about to pay the price as he misses. Conor Benn's missing almost every shot up close there. Huge overhand right, left hooks, all missing. Granados rolling, dipping, and slipping underneath. This guy, you want to put this guy in the ring of Yordanis Ugas. I'll say it one more time for you. Josh Kelly, give him 3 or 4 fights. Josh Kelly and Conor Benn is a real fight. Trust me, a very, very real fight. For me, if there wasn't a question mark over Josh Kelly's chin, or for me, if there wasn't a question mark about Josh Kelly's heart, then Josh Kelly for me would be levels above Conor Benn. The only reason I'd give Conor Benn a chance against Josh Kelly is because when the going gets tough, I know Conor Benn's not going to quit. I know Conor Benn can take a punch. I know Conor Benn can get up off the canvas and all sorts. I don't know that about Josh Kelly. But skill-wise, it's on a different level. 1 minute 20 to go in round 10. After this, I'm going to go for a little drink. I'll probably change clothes as well. And then we'll have a go. But I tell you what, I do feel vindicated when I watch this stuff because I've been critical of Conor Benn technically for a very, very long time on this channel. And I get the usual BS about, Ultra's just being negative. But, you know, like I said before, these matchroom dick lickers don't know nothing about the sport of boxing. So they sit all day, do you know what I mean? With their mouths wrapped around the Conor Benn dildo, drinking the fucking Kool-Aid, right? And I've been saying for months and months about this guy, you know, don't get off your high horse with Conor Benn, because he's a good guy. He works very hard, got great fitness levels, right? But when you talk about technically, he's not the finished article. And I don't think he ever will be. So yeah, 30 seconds to go. Granados isn't coming towards Conor Benn. He just wants to survive. 30 seconds to go. Where's Johnny Nelson? Look at Granados is running away and laughing. There you go. There you go. Oh, and he caught Conor Benn. Oh, Conor Benn with a good left hook towards the end. Oh, Conor Benn nearly. Oh, they have to ask question marks there about Conor Benn's power. He hit him with everything at the end. Couldn't drop him. There you go. All right, my DAZN is frozen, but you get the picture. Right, Conor Benn's won tonight. He's won every round other than one round. Right. Oh dear, you don't want to see what's on my screen right now. What do you guys think? Let's listen to the crowd. Look at these idiots. Look at these clapping seals in the crowd. Absolute morons. Look at them. Look at the way Conor Benn's gone on there. You think he just fucking dusted the guy out in a round? He went 10 rounds there. I tell you, what do you guys think? Right, I'm going to go and grab a drink. What do you guys think, honestly, about that performance? Or sorry, I'm meeting myself too early. Give me a score out of 10 and your thoughts about Conor Benn's performance. I need your help. All right? I need your help. Give me your thoughts tonight on Conor Benn's performance. All right? And give me your score out of 10 and I will read your comments, because I blew a gasket commentating on that fight. I wish Ingram was here, because I'd have Ingram come in and take over the show. It's a bloody shame we don't have Ingram. But we've only got 36 people in here right now, so it is what it is. Just check the channel, the subscriber numbers. Let's have a look at the subscriber numbers. They're going up a bit. So there you go. Can we push it to 100 subscribers by the end of the night? That would be great. All right, Katie Taylor's up next. I'm just going to go and get a drink and I'll be right back. Give me the score. Give me the score. All right. As you can see, I'm a little bit overweight here. I'm not in boxing shape. Still got a little bit of biceps though, and you can see. I'm going to get those back pretty quickly. I haven't done any weight training for a bit. To be fair, you can't really see much here. All right, let's listen to Conor Benn.
He was talking like we're going to come together like Mack trucks and it's going to be a great fight for the fans. And he was on his bike the whole fight. So, you know, I was ready to go toe-to-toe and let him have it. But, you know, I had to hunt him down, which is what I've done. You know, when a Mexican don't want to engage, you know, you can ask big.
Tony, just want to bring you in for a moment. Was he harder to hit clean than you'd anticipated he would be?
So
Was he harder to hit clean than you anticipated he would be?
I mean, you know, I thought he'd circle for the first couple of rounds, and then when you're watching him in his videos of his fights, he normally comes in and engages, but, you know, he just totally was negative tonight, unfortunately, so it didn't make for a great fight, but it was a great learning fight for Conor. You know, it's like second or third world-class opponent he's been in with. It's a great learning fight. You know, he won every round of the fight, so, you know, he just moves on from here and he just keeps learning.
Conor, I know it's been a frustrating 5 weeks for you. What do you want to say to the Leeds fans? Some reception you got here tonight.
Leeds, you lot are incredible. The lot of you, I thank you for your support. You lot are amazing.
Leeds, you lot are incredible. You lot are incredible. I'll tell you what's not incredible. Conor Benn's jab. That's what's not incredible. Where's my fucking phone? Shit. So let me just get the mobile phone. 1 sec. Sorry about that. All right, where are we at? All right, sorry about that. Yeah, let's have a look. Mauricio from Twitter says, it's a great learning fight. We go on from here and we keep learning. What's he learning? No jab, no setup. Let me tell you something. People like me will get criticised, okay? I'm just checking my Twitter, as you can see, right? Nice one. People criticise me for saying what I've said tonight about Conor Benn. So I'm just checking it here. People criticise me, but when they're saying that this guy is world level and that he's ready for Sean Porter, what do you want me to say? Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say about that? Palmer Perez says, who's been jabbing chocolate eclairs into your mouth, Ultra? I have. I'm not, by street standards, obviously, by street standards, I'm not, you know, I'm not that bad by street standards, right? But by boxing standards, I'm grossly overweight. But I'm actually losing weight as we speak. Jennifer Hine is currently coming to the ring against Katie Taylor. I'm still losing weight as we speak. So I'm just trying to get your comments here. Here we go. Right, let's go through this. Sorry about that. Right, let's go through your scores for Conor Benn. Right. ABB gave Conor Benn a 2 out of 10 for tonight's performance. Red One gave Conor Benn a 3.269 for tonight's performance. Michael H gave Conor Benn a 4 out of 10 for tonight's performance. Richard from Twitter gave Conor Benn a 5 out of 10 for tonight's performance. Let's have a look here. So what else we've got? Quasim Dim gave Conor Benn a 6 out of 10. Fair enough. He says 6 out of 10. Not enough ring craft from Benn. No set-up shots. No jab. No variation in the work. Same shots every time. Big right hands and left hooks. British fighter could beat him. Why are they pushing him? Listen, you know my opinion. I think the man to beat him is Josh Kelly. That's my opinion. I think the man to beat him is Josh Kelly, but we'll have to see about that. If Josh Kelly gets the right fights. TMT says he was fighting like a longer range Eubank Jr. This is the second time now we've had someone tonight make a comparison between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. And what they're referring to is the lack of a jab, the constant winding up with shots, the telegraphing of the shots, and relying on fitness and work rate to try and get rid of these opponents rather than setting traps for these opponents. Both of them also, you have to say, are known for throwing punches with their chin up in the air. I have to say, I thought Tony Sims' advice in the corner tonight was very, very good advice because he was telling Conor to go to the jab and then, and then come to the body. So I agree with that, yeah? I agree with that. But I really do question the quality of the training that Conor Benn's getting in training camp because they're talking about this guy being a world-level fighter. I promise you, doing 10-mile runs a day, doing a bunch of jumping jacks and doing your strength and conditioning training is not going to be enough to win you a fight against the Yordenis Ugas, a Danny Garcia, a Sean Porter, or that kind of level of opposition. And what you also have to factor in is the fact that Conor Benn is a small welterweight. Guys like Sean Porter are humongous. They're like 170, 180 pounds out of the ring, and they're boiling down to welter. They're tiny. Conor Benn is a fucking tiny welterweight compared to these guys. So I think what we need to see is an apology from this man here. We get up here, the Black Horse Rider. Let's be honest, innit? Do we need an apology from the Black Horse Rider, Johnny Nelson? Do we? Do we need an apology from the Black Horse Rider? Shout out to Johnny Nelson, innit? But somebody needs to be asking these Sky Sports pundits. Somebody needs to be asking these Sky Sports pundits serious questions. Yeah, Richard Twitter says, yeah, Porter easily blows up to 180 pounds. Palmo Perez giving him a 6 out of 10. Palmo says, I've been dodging the gym as well, so I'm one to talk. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said before, listen, if you see me in a couple of weeks, if I'm still on here for the Anthony Joshua fight, you'll see a noticeable improvement. I'm dropping weight as we speak. I've already lost like 1.5 kilos in the last week, so I'm dropping weight. I just need to drop on the carbs and, do you know what I mean, and this and that. But yeah, you'll see. You'll see. Won't be long. To be fair to me, honestly, and it's being a black guy, I only have to look at weights to put on any kind of muscle, really. I only have to look at weights. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed, really, with that. Because this camera don't do my abs justice. Hold on a minute. Let's try that one more time. Yeah, no, they don't do them justice, do they? It's not too bad. As you can see, I've got something there, but it's not too bad. But trust me, when I get a pump on, especially in a few weeks' time, come back and see me. Do you know what I mean? Come back and see me. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Right, Katie Taylor and Jennifer Han. Katie Taylor and Jennifer Han. Are we on or are we not on? Let's do this. Let's move on to Katie Taylor. Right. Let's start with Katie Taylor looks-wise. Honestly, I'm just going to be honest, yeah? I think Katie Taylor's one of the best-looking women in women's boxing. Do you guys agree or disagree? Katie Taylor's one of the best-looking females in women's boxing. Press 1 if you agree with Ultra. Press 2 if you disagree with Ultra. What do you think? There's just something about her. I don't know what it is. I hate to say this because she's thoroughly annoying. I often refer to her as Saint Katie Taylor. Right? That's what I call her. I call her Saint Katie Taylor. But she just has something. I wish I could come on here and tell you she's a minger. But she really isn't, in my opinion. Like, she really does have something about her. Let's see what you guys are saying. 2, that's a disagree. 2, that's a disagree. 1.5, 2, 2, 2. So you guys are all disagreeing. I think Katie Taylor has it, to be honest. I don't know why. If I wasn't, taken and I had my choice of dates with some of the female boxers, for me, Katie Taylor would be harp on that list. I don't know why. But she just has something, in my opinion. I think she's got a nice face. She's quite a good-looking woman. Do you not think, though? Okay, that's a bad pick. That's a dreadful pick. But I don't know. Look here, look. She's got a certain look about her, Katie Taylor. Saint Katie Taylor, the icon. Right, she's getting ready to fight. There you go. Gary Ellie says, definitely with you, pal. I think she's fit. I don't know what it is. Katie Taylor definitely has something about her. Definitely. Not just her jawline either. All right, so you're about to watch. Oh, no. Christina Hammer's in a different league, looks-wise. Obviously, Christina Hammer's basically a model, but it is what it is. Right, let's carry on. So, let's start off with this. We're into round 1 of Katie Taylor versus Jennifer Han. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is the Ring Magazine pound-for-pound #1 fighter in female boxing, Katie Taylor. I cannot believe that's the case, but she is rated as the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Personally, I think it's Clarissa Shields by a country mile, but it is what it is. Ring Magazine ranked Katie Taylor as the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in women's boxing. She's boxing someone who spent more time breastfeeding and fucking delivering bottles of milk than actually doing any boxing in the last couple of years. So let's see how she gets along. I think she's on the slide big time, if you ask me. Well, the fight I want to see Katie Taylor in is a rematch with Natasha Jonas. That's the fight that I want to see Katie Taylor in. I think if she rematches Natasha Jonas has a genuine chance to win that fight. Well, you know, win the fight. Sunny Singh says Obernauf is hot, but she murdered her husband. Obernauf is, again, by far one of the best looking women in female boxing. By far. Did she really murder her husband? Because she is a seriously good looking woman, Vivian Obernauf. Now, let's talk about Katie Taylor and Jennifer Han. I have to say, the one thing I've seen about Katie Taylor tonight, which looks semi-decent, she's actually fighting like a pro boxer tonight. Normally, with Katie Taylor, if you look at her, she has a very, very amateur style of boxing. So she throws like a million punch combinations. If you look at Katie Taylor, she punches like this. Very, very amateur. Oh, she's doing it there. When Katie Taylor gets up on the inside, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Very, very amateur style of boxing where it's all about point scoring, right? Whereas in the pros, it's different. It's about taking your time, setting up your shots and hurting people. Do you know what I mean? This is why they need to bring three-minute rounds into women's boxing. To be honest, I'll be honest with you, I struggle to take women's boxing seriously with 3-minute rounds. You get a lot more stoppages as well. There are quite a few female women's fights we've seen that have gone the distance that would not have gone the distance if there were 3-minute rounds. So Katie Taylor, I believe she would have got stopped by Delphine Pissoon first time around if there were 3-minute rounds. That's my opinion. Second time around, no. But the first time they fought, Katie Taylor and Delphine Pissoon, if there was 3-minute rounds, I don't think Katie Taylor would have got out of that fight. I think she would have got stopped. That's my opinion on that. But we'll have to see. TMT says, Taylor is a poor woman's Amir Khan. Very similar styles. Car L says, Katie Taylor has amateur skills. Most women are brawlers. Let's have a look. Blah, 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 blah. Toby Players says, Amanda Serrano for me. Amanda Serrano, again, she's not classically good looking, but she just has something about her. 100%. 100%. I don't know. Again, Serrano is a hard one. Shevin likes Amanda Serrano. Hold on. Shevin likes Amanda Serrano. She's just got something about her. Do you know what I mean? Look, this is a classic example. She just has something about her, Amanda Serrano. Claims that she hasn't had a boyfriend since she started boxing. Believe that if you will. Right, round 2. These rounds are going to fly by. Taylor versus Jennifer Han. I'm not even really watching this. Who'd you give the first round to? Taylor or Han? It looked like Taylor won the round. But this Jennifer Han can box, though. Let me tell you, this Jennifer Han's got skills. She's a bit more than the usual fucking... she looks like a bit more than the usual bangers and mash that they normally sent Katie Taylor in the ring with, innit? Jennifer Han's definitely got a bit about herself. Look at this picture of Shannon Courtenay. Shannon Courtenay looks brilliant in that picture, I have to say. Fair play to Shannon Courtenay. If you look at Shannon Courtenay in that picture, fair play to Shannon Courtenay. Unfortunately, this is what she actually looks like, and that's the problem. Right, let's get back to this fight. Let me get this up here. Hold on. I've lost where I'm at the minute. I think it's here. Yeah, it is. Katie Taylor, let's see. A minute left to go in round 1. Somebody in there's making comments about Amanda Serrano's forehead. I think the comment is that you could shine lights off her forehead. Yeah, it is what it is. But I mean, me and Shevin think Holly Holmes is hot as well. So we have got mental problems. Right. 30 seconds left in round 2. The female Lomachenko, Katie Taylor, let's do a quick Twitter search on Katie Taylor. The Twitter searches are always funny when Katie Taylor boxes because you always get a bunch of simps rimming her to the max about how great she is. Look at this, look. Massive Katie Taylor fan, but she's 100% on the slide now. It's funny how I say things and then people just, it's funny, isn't it? Funny. It's funny how I say things, isn't it? And then people just, you know, but she definitely is on. She's been on the slide for a while. Good jab there from Jennifer Han. Let me actually watch this fight. Looks like Jennifer Han's in the fight. Who did you give the first round to, guys? How are you having this? Oh, here we go. Here comes the arse licking. Look at this. Look. Katie Taylor is as good as it gets as a role model. Great in every sense of the word. Can you fucking hear this? They're talking about Katie Taylor like she's Nelson fucking Mandela. Look, Katie Taylor is as good as it gets as a role model. Great in every sense of the word. Really? Are you sure about that, mate? Jesus Christ. I mean, the way they're talking about her like she's fucking Ava Peron. Do you know what I mean? They're talking about her like she's fucking Ava Peron. The fuck is going on? Pot noodle. Katie Taylor is well boring. Katie Taylor is well boring to watch. Wow, Katie Taylor's getting some heat. Wow. Katie Taylor is getting some serious heat. All right, let's have a look. Oh, I'm not going to have a look at that. Right, let's have a look at this. We're into round 3. Right, I'll have a look at this then. You guys have got it 1-1. This Jennifer Han looks like she can box, like I said. Let's have a look now. So let's have a look at Katie Taylor from distance. That was a good right hand left hook from Katie Taylor that landed clean on her chin and a good jab from Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor, you know, like I said before, you know what she likes to do? She likes to get up close and fire off clusters. She likes to get up close and go 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. You know what she likes to do. The way to get her has always been to counterpunch, but she sets such a high pace in fights. It's very, very difficult to pick her up. Let's see what Jennifer Han's doing. It's getting messy, isn't it? Because you know what Katie Taylor's about in every fight. She's not really one to sit behind the jab, Katie Taylor, and set the shots up, is she? She's one to sort of walk away and up close, left, right, left, right, left, right. You know? Get away with that in the amateurs. Get away with that in women's boxing. But, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? Let's have a look here. But it looks like a Katie Taylor round so far in round 3. I'm just trying to see. Good jab, overhand right there from Taylor. But you look at Taylor, right? She never throws singles. She never really throws in singles, does she? And that's the thing about Katie Taylor. She never really throws in singles. Didn't you watch her? It's always combination punches. For me, she's always thrown way too many punches. 2s and 3s, 3s and 4s. And again, when you're in a pro game and it's 12-round fights for 3-minute rounds, you can't get away with that kind of stuff because you start getting timed in the middle of punching, right? And you have to think a little bit more about managing the gas tank. So I do think, as good as Katie Taylor is, right, I do think that her career's been helped by the fact that women's boxing is not 3 minutes to 12 rounds. Because I think like some of her fights would have gone very, very different. I think that style of boxing that she adds lends itself very well to amateur boxing and fast-paced fights, you know, where 10 minutes of 2 rounds. I think her style of boxing lands very well towards that. But I think if you started putting Katie Taylor in 12 threes, it'd be a different story. I think if you put her in 12 threes with Delphine Persoon again, I think she might get beat. I don't really believe she can beat Delphine Persoon over 12 3-minute rounds. If you're being honest, give me a 1 if you agree with me or a 2 if you disagree with me. I'm not convinced that Katie Taylor can beat Delphine Persoon over 12 3-minute rounds. 1 if you disagree, 1 if you agree, and 2 if you disagree. Am I right or am I wrong? I don't think that Katie Taylor can beat Delphine Persoon in a 12-round, 3-minute a round fight. I don't think she can do it. I think that whole style of boxing she's got, you know, clusters, a lot of clusters. I don't believe that translates well to, because you got to understand, right? We talk about professional women's boxing, right? But realistically, as long as they're fighting 10 2-minute rounds, it's still amateurs, isn't it, really? It's still kind of amateur style boxing, isn't it? Because it's very, very fast paced. It's very, very fast-paced boxing. Do you know what I mean? I think the gloves are a bit bigger. So the emphasis is on landing a lot and getting points, scoring shots. They're not in there doing damage. If you look at Delphine Persoon when she fights Katie Taylor, Delphine Persoon's in there to do damage. She fights more like a pro fighter, Delphine Persoon. You can see. But I'm in round 4 here. It looks to me like Katie Taylor's on top of it so far. But Jennifer Han giving a very, very good account of herself, especially for somebody who, you know, who gave birth about a year ago, who's been out of the ring. She's got genuine ability, Jennifer Han. She looks like a real good fighter, actually. A real good fighter. Especially she's had a long time out of the ring. Good little again. You see that as a good little right hand left hook combination by Taylor. But that's what she does. She throws in clusters. You see her style of boxing. She bounces around on her feet. If you look at Katie Taylor, she bounces around, and then she closes distance with a left right, or she closes distance with a combination. Very amateur style of boxing. If you look at her from distance, she doesn't really throw the jab a lot. Can you see it over Katie Taylor? And that's why she gets so many head clashes when if you look at Katie Taylor, right? Have you noticed that every time she fights, that's a big right hand from Taylor. She spun Jennifer Hunt's chin around there, and there was no effect. But if you look at Katie Taylor fights, right? Have you noticed the amount of head clashes there are in Katie Taylor fights? It's because the way she fights, she's always like jumps in head first and looks to rattle off a combination. And that's why there's so many head clashes in Katie Taylor. She's always going in with the head all the time in her fights. All the time in her fights, she's always going in head first. Instead of just working away and behind the jab, she stays on the outside bouncing around, and then she leaps in head first, and then she flies into them combination punches. And that's the reason why every time you watch a Katie Taylor fight, she's always up close. She's always getting involved in head clashes. And you can see now, this fight with Jennifer Hunt, it's turned into an oil wrestling contest now. Do you know what I mean? This fight with Jennifer Hunt is starting to turn into a wrestling match, with Katie Taylor jumping in and leaning all over, and her heads are going in. She's going to win the fight, yeah. But she's not the greatest boxer of all time. If you watch Clarissa Shields, it sounds sexist to say this, but Clarissa Shields boxes like a man. That's all I can tell you. When you watch Clarissa Shields box, and she boxes like a man, solid jab, sticks behind her 1-2s. She doesn't just leap in behind combinations. She's not about leaping into she doesn't just leap in behind the shots and try and rattle shots off to rake up points. She boxes properly. And that's the reason why Clarissa Shields, like I said, is able to compete and win fights in MMA and in boxing. Because Clarissa Shields is actually capable of hurting people and knocking people out in the cage or in the ring. And that's why, for me, she is clearly the best female fighter on the planet. Like, for me, that's not even a question over that. What do you guys think? Am I being too harsh with Katie Taylor? Press 1 if you think I'm being too harsh with Katie Taylor. Press 2 if you think my comments are valid. Drop me a comment, let me know. Press 1 if you think I'm being too harsh on Katie Taylor. And back it up. Tell me what I'm missing. But this, at the minute now, what I'm seeing from Katie Taylor, you have to ask yourself, right? Look at Katie Taylor's debut fight on Matchroom and look at her fight today. Have we seen any really difference from Katie Taylor? She's been boxing exactly the same. Same style, same way. There's never been a change. All of her fights go the same way. Am I right or am I wrong? Once you see one Katie Taylor fight, you see them all. Do you know what I mean? You've seen them all. You know what to expect. You know what she's going to do. You know? You know what to expect and you know what she's going to do. She's going to jump in head first. Let's have a look. There's a minute left in round 5. Good defense from Katie Taylor. Excellent head movement and rolling under the shots. But I want to see, when she's on the outside, what she does. Let's see how long it takes before she leaps in. So we've got 45 seconds left here in round 5. She's on the outside. She went in with a right hook with a big left hook and missed. Let's see how. She did come in behind the jab that time. That was fair play. Let's see again. There you go. Do you see that? She drove straight in head first and the heads clashed. She jumped straight and there you go. Heads are clashed again. Can you see that? The heads are always clashing with Katie Taylor. The heads are always clashing. She just jumps in head first. To be honest, it looks to me like almost like a bit of a tactic because as she comes in, she dips her head. So she comes in and she almost goes compact and lowers her head. And the top of her head, they caught hand right on the chin. But if you see with Taylor, it's always the same stuff when you see her fight. Look at her from the outside. She dives in head first all the time. Good jab there from Taylor. When do you see Katie Taylor double, triple up the jab? Does that make sense? Am I right in saying that? When do you see her double up and triple up the jab? You don't see her do that. If you ever watch Clarissa Shields box, Clarissa Shields will double the jab, triple the jab. Katie Taylor don't do that. She throws one jab and then she dives straight in, gets off her little shots and gets out. It's the same shit. Gary Harrison says she fights the same as she did in the first Pearson fight, no change. Stephen Conway says harsh, technically very clean. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Technically very clean, Stephen. Just tell me what you mean by that. What does that mean, technically very clean? I'm not sure she is. Katie Taylor jumps in head first and throws punches with her chin up in the air like this. Let me ask you a question, Stephen. And you could be right, I could be wrong. But Stephen, let me ask you a question. If Katie Taylor is so technically clean, why does she take so much punishment in both Pearsoon fights? Just answer me that. If Katie Taylor is so technically clean, why does she suffer against a brawler in her 2 hardest fights? Because Delphine Pearsoon was nothing but a crude brawler who had nothing but work rate in those first 2 fights. But Katie Taylor took hellacious punishment, particularly in that first fight. Towards the end of the first fight, Katie Taylor was nearly out on her feet. So if she's so technically clean, how does she get hit with so many shots? I'll tell you how. Because she jumps in chin first and does that, but she can't get away with that against the likes of Pearsoon. Bigger, stronger fighter. She can't get away with that against Pearsoon. And she was getting hit from pillar to post in that fight. So like I said, I'm not saying Katie Taylor's not talented. She's an elite female fighter. Don't get me twisted. Katie Taylor is an elite level female fighter. She's one of the best female fighters in the history of boxing. There's no question for me that Katie Taylor could probably beat or contest with some very, very low level male boxers. Low level. So I'm not trying to say she's not quality, right? But what I'm saying is technically very clean. She's got very good technical ability, yeah? But I'm saying question marks have to be raised because, like I said before, she gets hit a lot in her fights, you know? In the Delphine Pearsoon fight, she was getting beat around for a lot of that fight, particularly the first one. And that for me would raise some question marks. But anyway, Stephen, your opinion is noted. It's a very, very good check. That's Katie Taylor's best punch, what you just saw at the end of round 6. Katie Taylor's little check left hook. That's when she's at her best. Yeah? And she used that punch very, very well against Delphine Pearsoon, where, you know, the fighters try and pressure Katie Taylor and get on top of her, and she throws that check hook and spins off. That's her best punch. That's her best punch. So for that, yeah, I'll give her credit. But I think she's overrated in terms of people are saying she's the greatest fighter of all time. I don't think she is. Let's see what Michael's comment is saying. Good marketing by Eddie Hearn. Chose the right fights at the right time. No ratings for me. Richard from Twitter says, even in the amateurs, she was mostly the same, never really doubling up on the jab. Michael H says, bet she hits harder than Warrington. I doubt that. TMG says, Clarissa Shields moves like she has blocks on her feet. Let's have a look. Right, so some older comments. So yeah, I hope Stephen's still here. Oh, can I just say, we've got our highest viewership of the night now, 57 people. You're tuned in to listen. This is as good as it's going to get tonight. Look, we've got everything here. You got me with a balaclava on, right? I'm one of the few fucking YouTubers doing this who's actually fucking put gloves on, all right? In fact, I've got my my fucking rings. I'll get my ring gloves out and show you. In the meantime, hold on. So this is what we're talking about. Look, this is what you get when you get on this channel. You get somebody who hasn't had a fight, but someone who can actually put these on. Look, see these other channels. They don't know nothing about this because they've never been in no gym. You feel me? So that's what you get. You get someone who knows how to put a pair of these on, and you get someone who's been hitting the head with these. Yeah, see these? These are called boxing gloves. So you get somebody who's been punched in the head with these. You get somebody who's hit the cameras with these on. You understand what I'm saying? I've actually been dropped with gloves. Yeah. I've been stopped with gloves. I've nearly had my lights taken out. I've had a perforated eardrum. You feel me? That's what you get. All right? That's what you get. Next man says, Ultra, your arms are white. I thought you was a black man. Yeah, no, it's all fake. I'm a white man. It's all fake. Didn't you know? It's all fake. I'm really a white man. There we go. Sorry about that. Right, where are we going? Right, where we at? 7 out of 10. A minute to go in the round. Anybody asking for links is getting an automatic ban. We don't fucking play games on this channel. What do you think this is? It says no footage. So anybody asking for links is an automatic ban. It is what it is. Let's have a look. Round 7. So let's see what Katie Taylor's doing. Again, it's more of the same, but she's winning the fight. Katie Taylor is winning the fight. She did very nice on the inside. Ragdolling Jennifer Hahn. That was a very good right hand there from Taylor. I think I just missed. But I have to say, I'm impressed with Jennifer Hahn technically. Do you know what I'm saying about Jennifer Hahn? Like a lot of the female boxers we've seen, they're brawlers. Like Delphine Pearsoon is a brawler. Like technically, Delphine Pearsoon, you can see, is not in the same league as Jennifer Hahn, technically. You can see Jennifer Hahn, the way she throws her punches, her technique, you know, the shape. I think she's a quality fighter. She is a quality opponent. And Katie Taylor is one of the best fighters, female fighters of all time. So it is what it is. Dave Lane says, respect for keeping the belly on for the last 3 hours. Do you know how hard this is? It's nearly as hard as doing this. You guys ever tried this before? I can't do this because I'm in front of a £1,000 screen. Hold on. Have you guys ever tried this? The fucking Lomachenko ball. I can't do this. I've tried a few times, but it's too hard. Hold on. Fucking hell. Hold on. I can't fucking do this. I think I got it on the wrong way. Yeah, I was put on the wrong way. That's a start. Hold on. The Lomachenko ball. I've got one of them. I'm sick at it. Mate, you're better than me. You need to show me how to do this. Because I can't do it. There we go. I'm fucking dreadful at this. I tried doing it. I used to be good at it a couple of times. And then I think, right, let's see if we can get this on. I don't want to hit this at a screen. I wonder if I can do it from here. Oh, I can't. I don't know if you guys can see that. You guys can see that. To be fair, when I do it, I'm actually doing it. But when I do it, I'll do it thing. You see, I don't know if you guys can see. Let's see. I don't think you guys can see. I've got to be careful doing this near the screen because this is a £1,000 screen. Seriously. Can you see that? But I can't really hit it for real. See? See that? What do you guys think? What do you think about that? You guys see that? Do you guys see that on the camera? That's about as good as it's going to get from me there. It ain't going to get any better than that. Let me know if you saw that. Let me see if I can see myself doing it. I'm pretty sure you can see, yeah. You did see, yeah. There you go. Let's see. Let me give it a whack. Hold on. And it's fucking dark in here. There you go. All right, let's see. All right, here you go. So that's what I've got. So that's what you get when you're on this channel. That's what you get. All right, let's have a look. 8 out of 10. Yeah, hands down, but that was a clash of feet. That's not a knockdown. That's a clear clash of feet. And the referee's giving her the fucking count. That's a disgrace. That is not a knockdown. That is not a knockdown. Jennifer Hahn was not knocked down at all. Did you see that? That was a clear clash of feet. I literally saw the feet coming together, for fuck's sake. How is that a knockdown? Does she look hurt to you? Clearly not a knockdown. I mean, that's a joke. These referees are... But you see what I'm saying? This is why she gets so much criticism. Do you see that? That is a fucking joke. Oh, from one joke to another, here comes Ebanie Bridges. Do you know what I mean? What do you guys think? That definitely was not a knockdown. Yeah. You can see, I mean, I'm waiting for the replay on DAZN. That was not a knockdown there. You could clearly see the feet clashed. Jennifer Hahn's feet clashed. There was never a knockdown in a million years. I can literally see the fucking the lead feet clash. Here we go. We're going to see on DAZN now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. You're going to see the feet clash. Oh, no. She slipped. No feet clash. It's a knockdown. Apologies, referee. She rolled over her ankle. So it's a legit knockdown. She wasn't hurt, but as she tried to step back, she rolled her ankle. She slipped. But she caught a punch at the same time. So Gary Harrison is right. It is a knockdown. And I apologize to the referee. That was actually a good call. But she rolled her ankle and took a punch off it. Good right hand from Hahn there. She took one at the same time, but that was a good right hand from Hahn. But Jennifer Hahn's not hurt at all, right? So it is what it is. She's not hurt. She rolled her ankle and took a punch off it. But yeah, that was a legit knockdown. And Katie Taylor's winning this fight. There's no question about it. All right, I think we're nearly ready to start talking about Warrington and Lara. That's what we're all here for, right? We've got another round to go of this shite of Saint Katie Taylor. Saint Katie Taylor. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's have a look at these tweets. There's always blokes diving into her muff, yeah, on Twitter, telling her how fucking great she is. Look. Oh my God, look at this. Look. Katie Taylor is a genuine icon that doesn't get enough love from her country. Do you think Katie Taylor is an icon or not? If you think Katie Taylor is an icon, press 1. If you do not think Katie Taylor is an icon, press 2. Katie Taylor is a genuine icon, according to this Twitter account. Press 1 if you think Katie Taylor is an icon. Press 1 if you think Katie Taylor is an icon. Press 2 if you don't think she's an icon. What the fuck is these people talking about? A genuine icon? What is PG's here? Big up PG. Man said icon. Bro. They're saying Katie Taylor's a genuine icon, bro. What in the blood clot is going on? This is interesting. I've said it now for a few fights and I stand by it, but Katie Taylor needs a new trainer. It's the same game plan every single fight. I've heard Ross Enema is a very, very good trainer. People online speak very, very highly of Ross Enema, and he's a scholar of boxing. People speak very highly of him. So we'll have to wait and see. Carl L says, can't believe Ade didn't say anything to Ebanie Bridges about her fight. What is that her fella? That's not her fella, is it? Ross Enema. Her trainer is her fella, isn't he? No, I think Ross Enema with Katie Taylor. A lucky bastard if he is. No, Ross Enema isn't Katie Taylor's boyfriend. No, I don't think so. Okay. Let's have a look. Right. Let's get ready for Warrington and Lara. Right. Let's have a piss. All right. Let me have a piss. Let me stick a hoodie on. And then let's get Warrington and Lara on. And let's get going. All right. I'll be back in just a sec. 52 people. If you're just joining, don't go anywhere. Look, I'll tell you what I'm going to leave for you as a present while I don't go away. Right? If anybody's interested, there you go. As a giveaway, right? Here's a giveaway I'm doing right now. All right? If we can get to 100 concurrent viewers tonight, somebody will get a signed photo of Ebanie Bridges in her lingerie. All right? There you go. I'll be back in just a sec, yeah? Be back in just a sec. You just get these fucking gloves out of here. Okay, I'll be back in just a sec. And we'll be back for the main event. Sorry about that. Surprised we still got 40 people here. All right, here we go. We're gonna get ready now for the main event. Let's get some screens up. Ebanie Bridges has been called out by Ellie Courtenay. I haven't really seen Ellie Courtenay box, but Ellie Courtenay has already called out. He's already called out Ebanie Bridges and saying Ebanie Bridges has got fists like a feather duster. So it is what it is. Listen, somebody do me a favor. Let's just see. I'd like to get Ingram on tonight's show. I think if we can pass 60 people live, right? I think the max we've had tonight is like 56 at one point, which is actually better than I thought, you know? Better than I thought. But let me just get rid of some of this stuff. If we can get to 60 concurrent viewers plus, I'm thinking maybe it might be worth seeing if it's worth Ingram's while to get him to come on the show and do a post fight with us. All right. Toby, if you send me any emails, Toby, send them to ultratechsports@gmail.com. If you want to email Toby, send me an email there. The other email is still legit, but I'm not looking at it. So email me at ultratechsports@gmail.com, okay? Right, let's get ready for this main event now, yeah? So I'm just slightly changing my setup now because the main event we really now need to focus on. All right, so let me get this screen up here. We get rid of some of this crap. So we've got pictures, all these pictures that we've got of Shannon Courtenay in her knickers, Ebanie Bridges in her knickers, Eddie Hearn making a fucking fool out of himself. We get rid of all of those, yeah? Because now it's time for the main event. Even Harley Benn's mother, Lisa, who, Jesus Christ, is an absolute stunner. Right, let's just do this and get this up. Yeah, no, it's we're getting serious now. Right. We've got 60 people. Hello to everybody who's joining. All right. I'm not doing any live streaming, obviously, because I'll get banned. But if you want to hear live reaction and analysis that you will not hear on TV, this is the place to be. You will not get better, funnier, wittier, or more outlandish analysis anywhere on the net than you'll get now. Let's get into this main event. Warrington versus Lara. I want your predictions, and I want your predictions now. We are about to do the keys to victory for Josh Warrington. All right? I've got them written down here on this lovely Samsung tablet. I believe this is a Samsung S6. Listen, when you're dealing with Frank Warren, can you see, look, when have you ever seen this before? Have you ever used one of these things before? They're excellent. This is what we write our notes on down here at Queensbury Sports. What the fuck do you think we do at Queensbury Promotions? Do you think we're out here using pen and paper? We're out here fucking, do you know what I mean? We're using full £400 tablets and Samsung S Pens, life on the payroll. I've got my notes here. I'm ready to go. I've got my keys to victory for Josh Warrington. We're going to go through them in depth. I'm just going to go and get a drink. We've got 61 people in here. Can somebody do me a favor? Either Richard or Toby, because I can trust both of you, right? Ingram, if Bayloric is around tonight, can somebody see if Bayloric is around or if Bayloric's live and say that if he's interested, would he like to come on and do the post-fight for me? Because if we have more than 60 people, it might be worth it. I mean, to be honest, can I just say, to everybody who's watching, I really appreciate that. If you look at this channel, right, we've gone from basically 0 to 60 concurrent viewers in one stream. So we're already starting to get a bit of traction, already starting to move. Hopefully, you know, we're still here to do Anthony Joshua versus Alexander. At this rate, I might even ask Spencer Fearon to get back on the show. Seriously, because if we're going to get close to 100 plus, then we might as well. All right. But if anybody sees Ingram, ask him if we have, the question is, Ingram, if we have more than 60 concurrent people, would you consider doing the post-fight for me? All right. Because that would really help because I'm out of breath here. All right. So it'd be really good if Ingram can do that. If any of you are interested in calling in, we could possibly look into doing that, but I'd be more interested in getting Ingram in. Let's go through your predictions now. Let me get this up on the screen. Oh my gosh, it's Toby hitting the ball. Toby, do you want me to show this on YouTube or not? Nah, Toby. That's Toby hitting the ball. I don't think you're better than me at that, Toby. I'm gonna have to call you out. Look. Let's have a quick look quickly. But I've got, oh, that's better. No, I'm watching it. Actually, you're not too bad. Hitting the ball is really hard. Let's just quickly do this before we get to the main event. One more time. Let's see, look. This is like super hard to do. Shit, hold on. This is like super hard. Let's have a look. Oh, here we go, look. I hope I don't break my screen. Maybe Toby's better. It's hard, man. Do you know how hard this is to do? Do you know how hard this is? But I've got good hand-to-eye coordination. There you go. There you go. Right. Fuck, I need to look off my balaclava. There you go. There you go, Toby. Right, let's go. Richard's saying he's not live. Okay, let me email him. I'm going to have to email him. I've got his fucking email. I'm going to email him quickly. Right, Warrington. Let's see. What have you got? TMT's got Warrington. Right, let's go through our keys to win. I wish I could get this up on the screen, but I can't. I can't find Ingram's email. I have to fucking... Oh. If anybody has Ingram's email, can you send me his email? That'd be a great help. I know it's Ingram Jones at something. So if anybody has Ingram's email, can you somebody send me his email? Because he is out there. He is out there. And I would really like him to jump on. All right. Right. Okay. Let's do this. Right. Keys for Josh Warrington. Let me get the stream up. We're nearly ready to go for this live fight. We're nearly ready to go. Let me just change this so you can see the screen. The girls are in the ring. I think we might even have, for some reason, I'm thinking we might even have national anthems at some point. Which is a bit much, isn't it? Here we go. All right, we're back. Right, let's have a look. Palmo says Warrington to do an AJ versus Ruiz too. That's what I'm going with. Right, here are my keys to win for Warrington. I might have to get a picture up. Some of these might not make sense to you, okay? But first and foremost, when I looked at footage of Josh Warrington today, yeah, from the first fight, he's very, very bad going backwards. And what I've noticed about Josh Warrington is that he squares his stance up when he goes backwards. And I might even have a picture that I can quickly show you so you can understand what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to try and get an image on the screen. And hopefully you should be able to see this on the screen now. This is Josh Warrington in the first fight with Mauricio Lara. And he's on the back foot, right? Let's drag this open to the screen. I don't know if you can see my my thing. I don't know if you can see my mouse movements. I don't know if you can see my mouse movements. I don't think you can actually. But if you look here at Josh Warrington, you can see that he's squared up in this position, right? Let me just move this across so you can see me. So you can see Warrington is squared up in this position, right? Now, what I'm saying is this. What I've noticed about Josh Warrington is when you square your body up in this position, it makes it a little harder for me to get any leverage on the counter. For me, what I'd like to see is this from Josh Warrington. When you're squared up like this, it's a lot harder to anchor the back foot. Because if you look what I'm saying here, look. If you're square like that, what you want to be is side on. So you can plant on the back foot and turn over a right hand. But he squares his body up. He squares himself up. And like I said before, when you're dealing with a big puncher, yeah, like Lara, can you see what Lara's looking for? Lara's looking for a massive, massive right hook, right? The square stance for me, Josh Warrington backing up in a square stance. He's not going to be able to counter punch, yeah, and hit Lara down the middle. That's the point I'm trying to make. When he's in this stance for me, when he backs up into this square stance, right, you can see the position he's in. He's not in a position to counter punch. For me, if he got into a more side-on stance and particularly had that back foot out behind the front foot and the back foot planted, he'd be able to turn over a right hand. Because the key to tonight's fight for Warrington is this, right? Mauricio Lara is going to be wide open. It's going to be very similar to how Conor Benn just fought about against Adrian Granados, right? Both of these guys are big hookers, right? I would say that Mauricio Lara is much cruder than Conor Benn. So Lara's going to open up with big, wide left and right hooks. And like I said before, the key to this fight for Josh Warrington early on is to be in position to quickly release jab 1-2 straight down the middle. All right, jab 1-2 straight down the middle, jab 1-2 straight down the middle, and you don't want to square yourself up. You square yourself up, you don't want to be doing that. You want to be in a position, yeah, like this. If you're orthodox, you can't see, but you want to be in a position, yeah, with your back foot and your front foot not square. So you can just quickly turn over a right hand. That's what he's going to need to do. In this fight, in the opening couple of rounds, Warrington's going to have to be on the back foot and he's going to have to counter punch. When this guy opens up with big right and left hooks, he needs to have that back foot set so he can just turn over a right hand and nail him straight down the middle. That was a very, very bad explanation, but it's the best I've got at the minute. But this is a problem. And if you look at it as well, and I can't show you footage because I'll get done, yeah, by YouTube. So I can't show you the footage to prove this. But when you're in that squared up position, yeah, like I said, if you look at Warrington, let's put it this way, he's not in a position to counter. So he needs to get in this position to counter. The right hand down the middle is going to be key in this fight. The second big key I've got for Josh Warrington, this is the most important thing. We've seen it in the Adrian Granados fight tonight, right? Let me get rid of this on the screen here. Let me get rid of this quickly. How do I get rid of this? Hold on, let me get rid of this, yeah. Let me get rid of that. Right, we've seen it tonight, yeah, in the Adrian Granados fight. The key to Adrian Granados surviving 10 rounds of Conor Benn was because he rolled underneath the shots, all right? That's the key. He rolled underneath and slipped underneath the shots, and he didn't try to take the shots high, all right? Josh Warrington has to roll the shots against Lara. Lara is like Conor Benn. He's very crude. He winds up with these big, massive baseball bat hooks. Now, here's the difference. When you're dealing with a hooker, yeah, in the boxing sense, when you're dealing with a big puncher with a big hooker and they just wind up on a shot, a hook, if you roll the hook, they take themselves off balance and they can't finish off their combination. If you take the hook tall, so if you're getting pinned against the ropes, right, and the guy tries to throw a big overhand shot and you try and stand tall and take the shot tall, the shot hits gloves, but he's still into position to keep throwing punches. Does that make sense what I've just said there about rolling underneath the hook so he misses, takes himself off balance and leaves himself out of position to punch, as opposed to taking the hook tall and standing up, the hook hits gloves, but the guy can carry on punching. Does that make a sense what I've just said there technically? Give me a yes or give me a no. But that's very key for Warrington because if you look at Granados and Benn, right? Benn went to take out Granados with all kinds of left and right hooks. But the key was that every now and again, Granados would slip and roll underneath. Benn would miss. Benn would take himself off balance. Benn wasn't in a position to carry on punching because he was hitting fresh air. Does that make sense? You want to make these guys hit fresh air. They hit fresh air. They're not in a position to come back and punch. Josh Warrington, very, very different. In the first fight, he was taking everything high on gloves. So these big hooks were hitting him, but they were hitting gloves. And when they hit gloves, because the opponent's not hitting fresh air, because they're not missing, they're not taking themselves off balance. So they're still in a position to keep punching. And that's what I think cost Josh Warrington very, very big in that first fight with Lara. So those are two very, very simple adjustments, yeah, that I would make in this fight if I was Josh Warrington. It's going to have a very, very quiet early couple of rounds. Not get stuck in, not let the crowd get to him, not get too hot, yeah. For me, like I said before, it's going to be about being better on the back foot than he's ever been. Better on the back foot than he's ever been before. Can't square up on the back foot because if he squares himself up and he squares his body up, he's not really going to be in a position to turn over any meaningful right hands. So very, very simple keys from Warrington, all right? Very, very simple. Give Lara room. Give Lara space. Pump the jab. When he shows Lara distance, Lara's going to lunge in with the hooks. I guarantee you. That's what Lara will do. He's a very, very loopy wide puncher, all right? So that's what I said, yeah? Give Lara reach. Stab him with the jab. Keep your reach. When you show Lara distance, he will try and bring himself into distance with wide, looping left and right hooks. If you're Warrington, you need to be in a position to throw down the middle. There's two ways you can do it. You can try and beat him to the punch, jab right hand straight down the middle, or, like I said, when it gets really tasty and Lara's got him backed up against the ropes, when Lara throws those big hooks, roll the shot, roll underneath, and come back with a combination. Make him hit fresh air. Don't stand tall and just take the shots tall. All right, that's the key. You don't want to see Warrington against the ropes doing this. And he's taking left and right hooks. Because in the first fight, if you watch the first fight, you'll see when he was against the ropes, he was getting knocked around. He was sitting there, he was taking it tall. That's an automatic ban for asking for a stream. Makes sense. He was taking these big hooks all around the head. He was getting knocked all over the place. He was getting knocked off balance. because he's not rolling. When the hook comes, roll. Make him hit fresh air. He goes off balance, return. Yeah? You can return with what? The right hand, left hook of your own if you're an orthodox fighter. So I hope that makes sense. Does any of that just did any of that make sense at all? I think it will make sense as the fight goes on. So I'll stop with that. As the fight goes on, I believe this will play out. So we will see. Right. My stream now is beginning to go tits up. Oh, excuse me. My DAZN is beginning to go tits up. So Richard, if you've got any, if you've got any emails that you can send right about now, that would be fantastic. Richard, if you're watching it on your DAZN, Richard, if you've got any emails you can send to me, that would be absolutely tremendous. But I'm telling you now, the keys to this fight for him aren't too different to the keys that Granados used against Conor Benn. Conor Benn was the big puncher. Conor Benn was loading up on shots. What was Granados do? Roll underneath the shots, make him hit fresh air. Don't stand tall and take the shots. Don't stand tall and take the shots. And like I said before, he's going to have to be on the back foot, in my opinion, yeah, for the first half of this fight. When you're on the back foot and you're moving backwards against Lara, Lara's a big puncher. Lara is the puncher out of these two in this fight, okay? No question. Lara's the puncher. When you're moving back, don't square your body up. Don't square your feet up. When you move back, get in position. You want to be turning over quick shots down the middle. Lara is going to be wide open for the 1-2 down the middle, I promise you, and the 1-2 down the center line. Whenever you're dealing with these hookers who just load up the shots like this, it's the center line is where you punish these guys. Yeah? You throw down the center line. Makes sense. You've got these guys who are loading up on these big wide hooks. Roll, boom, boom, center line. Roll, boom, boom, center line. Roll, hook, cross, center line. Yeah? Roll, hook, center line. Punish them down the center line. We're about to get going here. This is it. This is it. The main event. We've only got 55 people here, so it doesn't look like it's going to be Ingram tonight. But look, we'll give it the best shot we can. I may be behind on the stream. I probably will be behind on the stream. If I am, don't spoil it for everybody else. So if there's a knockdown, wait till I announce the knockdown. Don't start jumping the gun in the chat, because that's a really, really good way to get yourself TKO'd real quick. Quicker than Josh Warrington got TKO'd in their last fight. Again, calling out Richard, if you've got any emails you want to send me so that my DAZN coverage can get speeded up, that would be fantastic. If not, Josh Warrington's in the ring. Eddie Hearn standing in the ring with Josh Warrington. Remember, Eddie Hearn was the man who told Josh Warrington to give up his title, to give up his world title and fight a complete nobody and end up getting wiped out in a couple of rounds. And one thing that's worth saying is this, yeah? One thing that's worth saying is this. That knockout that Josh Warrington suffered in the first fight was a very, very bad knockout. A very bad knockout. And that should be remembered, that was a bad knockout. That was a bad knockout. Yeah, okay, Richard, it seems like our coverage is exactly the same. But you know what? Let me watch what Richard's watching. I'll watch Richard's DAZN for the sake of it. But I think our coverage is pretty much the same. All right, here we go. Lara is being announced. He's standing in the ring. I'm going for Josh Warrington in this fight. But let me tell you, I feel very, very unsteady about my prediction. To be honest, Lara looks very confident in the ring. He's had a full camp for a change, right? So not only does Lara look very confident, but he's had a full camp. So, like I said before, Josh Warrington's going to have to box the best performance of his career. He's going to have to box. People in the chat were mentioning Anthony Joshua versus Andy Ruiz too. What did Anthony Joshua do? Even Anthony Joshua himself, one of the biggest KO punchers in the entire sport of boxing, figured out that he wasn't going to be able to walk down and batter Ruiz that night. Even he had to go on his bike, yeah? Even he had to get on his bike and just play for points. And for me, that's what Warrington's going to have to do tonight. Does he have the guile and does he have the craft to do it? We're seconds away, yeah, for the fight going on. A lot of you are going with Lara. A lot of you are going with Lara. We'll see. We will see. Right, let's have a look. Anyone know a decent free version of Photoshop? I think Photop might help you. Look up Photop on thing. It's a web-based one. Right. It's already started. 10 seconds gone. Let's see what happens. Lara and Warrington. This is it for Josh Warrington. Biggest fight of his career. And he's starting on the front foot. You see Lara there went for a jab, but then he went for a very, very long, loopy right hand. So you see Lara already. He's throwing those loopy wide punches. He's a very, very wide puncher. Warrington will have plenty of opportunities to throw down the middle. But I have to say, Warrington's starting on the front foot so far. He's not doing what I thought he would do and get on his bike and try and pick him off behind the jab. But I like to see Warrington establish that jab now nice and early. Good start from Warrington. He's not scared. He's on that front foot. So you can see he's not overawed. But I just want to see him, start pumping that jab out. When he pumps that jab out and shows Lara distance, Lara will try and lunge his way in, and that's where Warrington can punish him with the shots. But it was a good start from Warrington. He landed a jab, right hand over the top. I think Lara's complaining about Warrington using the shoulder earlier on there. Warrington getting a bit rough and tumble. Let's have a look there. Let's see Warrington, what happens when he's on the back foot. At some point, I think he's going to get... Oh, that was a good right hand there from Lara. I think Warrington did catch that on the glove. But Warrington is fighting very similar to how he fought in the first fight. He's getting stuck into Lara up close. The heads have gone in there. Lara's not liking it. But Warrington really is actually fighting very similar to how he fought in the first fight, didn't he? He's going in head first. He's got the front foot and he's looking to land left and right hooks. He's fighting pretty much the same way. Very, very interesting. Doesn't seem to have made a huge adjustment from the first fight. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? So far, looks like the same Josh Warrington. Good left hook there from Josh Warrington. Let's see if Lara settles into this fight. Oh, that was a good left hook from Lara. Oh, good right hook from Lara. But Warrington returned with a left hook of his own. But Warrington's getting caught with shots already. And I really just question again. This guy has had months to prepare for this fight. And he's fighting exactly the same way that got him into trouble in the first fight. He took a big right hand. And he felt like he felt that. Now, he landed a left hook of his own. But where's the adjustment from Josh Warrington? Where's the adjustment? I thought, like I said before, get stuck behind the jab nice and early. Let Lara reach in. Let Lara lunge into the shots, counter him. And then take it late. But Warrington, so far... He's fighting exactly the same way he fought in the first fight. Hell for leather. 26 seconds to go in round one. Hard fight to score because Warrington's probably had the better of the round. But the best punch of the fight was from Lara. So we'll have to see. Lara was not happy with the heads. I think he's nearly been cut over the eye. Good left hook there from Warrington. I have to say, Warrington looks the more comfortable of the two. But you can't write off Lara because he knows he can punch and he knows he can hurt Warrington. I think he's already buzzed him in this first round. With that jab right hand over the top landed clean on Warrington. Looked to have an effect. Oh, no, I'm not, am I? Oh, no, not. Yeah. It's all right. I'm not really. What do you think? No. The stream's not showing. Oh, okay. Only a little bit. Okay. No worries. Right, there we go. Is that a bit better? Too much screen. Okay. Too much leg, too much screen. Okay. Right. How are we getting on so far? Who do you guys give that first round to? And what do you think about Warrington's tactics? Did you see any adjustment whatsoever from that first fight from Warrington? I just did not see any adjustment from Warrington in that first fight. I'm just looking at the replay on DAZN. Yeah, he nailed Lara with the straight right hand right down the center line. But Lara, the best shot of the fight was Lara nailing him with the right hand, I think, over the top. That looked to have some serious firepower on it. We'll have to wait and see. Gary Harrison's given Lara that round. All right, let's see. I'm not sure. I think that was a Warrington round for me. Get into round two. Right, let's have a look here. Round two. Warrington's on the outside. He's not pumping the jab at all. Which, again, you're dealing with Lara. The guy's a big hooker. The guy's a telegrapher. The guy loads up on his punches. If Warrington actually established a jab, double jab in his face, that would make Lara lunging from distance and then Warrington countering. Warrington's continuously losing the head. That's the third time now he's coming with the head. And Lara's not liking it. And I think Lara's on the verge of getting some, not either a cut or his eye swelling. It looks like the left eye swelling. Warrington's head's gone in a few times there. Let's just see. But it was a good right hand over the top there from Lara. But that's the key. Is when Warrington gets hit with the first big punch of the fight, how's he going to react? That's what I want to see. But to me, to be honest, no adjustments from Josh Warrington so far. He's on the front foot. He's not getting behind the jab. He's bringing himself into distance against the puncher. And I disagree with his tactics so far. Let me know what you think. Lara doubling up on the left hook, he will do that. But like I said, Lara is a very, very wide puncher. And for me with Warrington's doing a couple of things. The first thing that Warrington's doing is hook with a hooker. Now, listen, in boxing, they say you don't hook with a hooker. I disagree with that. There's a time and a place for everything. But Warrington's doing something. Warrington's on the inside, hooking with a hooker who's already knocked him out in a previous fight. I will question that. Warrington took another right hand on the chin. Oh, what was that? Was that a head? Again. Jesus fucking Christ. Third headbutt from Warrington. The problem with this fight is that Lara's eyes on the verge of might shut here. Wow. Oh my God. I think he's cut. Wow. Yeah, I think Lara's got a nick on the eye and it's been caused by a headbutt by Warrington. That's 3 times Warrington's got him with the head. 3 times. 3 times. Warrington stumbled there. That was a clash of feet. Lara's going for it, but you see Warrington's hooking with the hooker. Let's have a look and see what Lara... Right, let me give you some technical analysis, right? First and foremost, right? Warrington is not the puncher in this fight. But if you look at Warrington, there's no jab. Look at Warrington on the outside. He's not pumping the jab out to give himself distance. Look how easy Lara's finding it to sit on Warrington's chest and load up on shots. Warrington's not making him earn the distance. Does that make sense? Warrington's not making him work to get to the inside or work to get up close. Lara's walking himself into range and loading up on combinations because Warrington's letting him. Warrington is hooking with a hooker. He's hooking with a hooker again. Unbelievable. Big question mark. Oh, but he looks like he's winning the battle hooks. That eye's cut. That eye's bleeding. Good right hand over the top from Lara. But that eye's cut. Good left hook there from Warrington. He got hurt with a left hook, I think. Oh, my gosh. Warrington hooking with a hooker. I would really question Sean O'Hagan as a trainer after tonight. These tactics are wrong. Look, Lara's now really stepping it up now because he's got the cut eye. Lara's really beginning to put the shots together. I think Warrington's felt the power. In that round, to be honest, I would give that round to Lara. I think Warrington began to feel the power. Let me see that cut. The referee said it's a bad cut. That's a bad cut. Can you guys see that cut? That's a bad cut. Look at this. Look. I think they want to stop the fight. Let's have a look at his headbutt from Warrington. Oh, well, I don't think it was intentional. But like I said, he protected himself, Warrington. Lara threw a very, very wide hook. Warrington rolled underneath it and came in head first. It's hard to say it was intentional, but that's a terrible cut. That's a terrible cut. Jesus. His cut is completely open. You can actually see inside of his eye. What do you guys think about that cut? Am I right or am I wrong? It looks like a bad cut. It looks like his eyelids split open. They're struggling with that. Terrible, terrible way to go out. Look, that's a terrible... See, I just want to see these fights won clearly. The corner don't want to let him out. That cut's awful. He can't continue. That cut's awful. That fight's got to be called off. Can you see that cut? Look at the state of that. That's awful. He can't continue with that. He cannot continue with that. That's it. It's over. That's definitely over. But that cut was horrendous. What do you guys think? Have you seen the cut? He can't continue with that cut. Warrington can't continue with that cut, in my opinion. What do you guys think? Am I right or am I wrong? Let me just change the title of the stream. Hold on. Let me just change the title of the stream. Wow. We're going to have a third fight. Wait a minute. Wow, the crowd are fuming. The crowd that are booing Lara are a fucking joke. What do you think about that cut? What do you think? Give me an opinion on your cut. Was it fair? Was the referee right to stop it or not? To me, that cut looked horrendous. There's no way that could have continued with that cut. And to be fair to Lara, their heads came in 3 times. That wasn't one headbutt. The heads came in 3 times in 2 rounds or in 3 rounds. The head came in 3 times in 3 rounds. The referee probably should have taken a point off, to be honest. What do you guys think? Toby Players says, good stoppage, but unfortunate. Palmo Perez says, horrible cut, good call. Gary Ellie says, definitely that cut is atrocious. There's no way you can continue with a cut like that. That cut is absolutely atrocious. But question marks have to be asked. There were 3 clashes of heads that Lara complained about in 3 rounds. That was not just one clash of heads. The head went in 3 times in 3 rounds. Now, I'm not saying Warrington was doing it intentionally, but it looked like the head was going in constantly during that fight. Here we go. Here's Michael Buffer.
In round 2, it was an accidental clash of heads, causing a cut on Lara. The doctor ruled he is unable to continue, and because 4 complete rounds have not been held, the rules say that we must go to a technical draw. Sorry about...
There you go. Well, there you go. It's a technical draw. The Josh Warrington Matchroom boxing disaster continues. Let me change the title of the stream one more time and then we'll go in. All right. There we go. I'm just changing the title of the stream. Hopefully that's cool. Right. There you go. What do you guys think? And let's just start off with this. If the fight had not been stopped on cuts, right? How do you think that fight would have gone? Let me tell you something, right? It's a hard one for me because I thought Warrington was probably ahead in the fight, but to me, particularly when Lara stepped it up, you see when Lara's eye started bleeding towards the end of that last round, Lara really started to up the output and really started to put the shots together. And to me, it looked like he buzzed Warrington towards the end of that. I think he's the bigger puncher. I have to say, Josh Warrington has shown absolutely no adaptability, if that's even a word, in this fight at all. I have to be honest. I thought he was going to come out. I thought he was going to box to orders. I thought it was, you know what Lara's game plan is going to be. Lara's going to jump in behind big left and right hooks. I thought Warrington was going to slick, make him miss, counter punch, throw down the middle. Warrington did none of that. He did exactly what he did on the first fight. He got in the front foot. He dove in heavy. And do you know what the funny thing, the ironic thing is? If Josh Warrington had stuck behind the jab for the early part of the fight and warmed into the fight, there would have been no clash of heads. And he probably would have won this fight tonight on points. But he's been steaming in on the front foot. He's in there. He's trading punches and hooking with a hooker who brutally knocked him out only fucking 6 months ago. It's absolutely bizarre to me, those tactics. What do you think about that? Do you think I'm right about the tactics in this fight from Josh Warrington? Up on the inside, exchanging hook for hook with a guy who's already fucking knocked him out 6 months ago. Just the tactics there are bizarre. They're bizarre from Josh Warrington. Absolutely bizarre. Now, he was hurt very, very badly in that last fight. And I was looking forward, to seeing him really show that he's a world-class fighter and make those adjustments. And he has not made those adjustments. Anthony says, what's the result? Well, let me tell you, all those people asking for a stream, they were pointless. Anybody who paid for this fight, you're a mug. It's a technical draw. The fight was stopped after 2 or 3 rounds. And let me tell you, the cut was absolutely awful. The cut was awful. That cut was absolutely awful. Like I said before, I'm not trying to pile in on Josh Warrington. Well, here's Warrington in the post-fight. Hold on.
Everybody, wanted to see me get redemption tonight. And I mean, these things happen, but it's first time it's something serious as this. And I thought I'd open him up with a punch in the first round. And
you never. Did you hear Warrington? Warrington saying you thought he opened him up with a punch. He's full of shit. No, you didn't.
I'm absolutely good, mate. I'm absolutely good.
No, come on. The heads went in 3 times. Come on. Am I right or am I wrong? Guys, what do you think about that from Josh Warrington? He said, I thought I opened up his eye with a punch. The heads went in 3 times. Am I right in that? The referee had to pull them apart 3 times. The head went in. In 3 rounds, that head went in 3 times. What's he talking about? He thought he did it from a punch. The head went in 3 times in 3 rounds. Come on.
You know, poor performance, but that was always going to come at some point. But yeah, I felt I was one into it, you know.
I don't know about that. What do you guys think? I think that's outrageous from him. There you go. At least 2 or 3 headbutts in there. Josh Warrington saying he thought he might have done it with a punch. He did not. The head's went in. And that's what I'm saying, you know. The head was going in all. The head was in all over the place. That's why I'm sticking up. Listen, the reason why I'm sticking up for Lara is the following. Look, here's the live reaction from Michael Benson's Twitter page. Let's see what the followers on Michael Benson's Twitter page say. Oh, here we go. Hold on a minute. This is why I had to get a Twitter account. Oh, see, this is why I had to get a fucking Twitter account. Hold on, because sometimes it blocks you. Look on Twitter about a headbutting. Oh, Jesus, Twitter's been a cunt, isn't it? Can you see? This is why I had to get a fucking Twitter account. Here we go. I want to get some live coverage on what people think. Fuck's sake, it's a joke. But I might not be able to get it. I don't log on to Twitter on this machine. Yeah. What a joke. Oh, well, here's what it is. Hold on. Try one more time. This is why I can't. Anyway, well, I'll have to find that later on. But if somebody can send me some links or something, I'll have a look on Twitter or send me some screenshots. Right. What do you think? Look, this is why Twitter's a fucking cunt, isn't it? All of a sudden, it just stops letting you search stuff. Fucking cocksuckers. Right. What do you guys think? Yeah. Right. I'll have to try and get this up. Right. Here's my analysis on it. I disagree with Warrington. I thought the heads went in 3 times. I thought the cut was absolutely atrocious. See you later, Gary. Take care. I thought the fight was atrocious. Who paid for that tonight? And Richard's right. The whole arena's cleared out. Let's see if we can get some analysis from Tony Bellew and Kid Galahad while I try and do something. Hold on.
These fans behind us all turned up, 1,000 of them. Tony Bellew, Kid Galahad doing it in the studio. Guys, it doesn't get much more disappointing than that, really. I mean, you know how it feels to be, you both do, feels to build yourself up to a fight like this. He's waited such a long time to try and get what he calls the W. He wants to get that. He wanted to get it over the line.
I feel frustrated through, you know. I thought it was warming up to an exciting fight. You know, both of them landed some heavy shots in there. It was just, I'm disappointed. I really am. I feel for him.
It was tough. It was starting to warm into a really good contest. He approached it with different tactics straight away, and he was boxing.
Oh my God! Did you hear that? Tony Bellew said Josh Warrington approached the fight with completely different tactics, and he was boxing him. Does Tony Bellew live in another universe? What do you guys think about that? Here are the comments from Michael Benson's page. We'll go through that in a second. But do you hear that? Tony Bellew is saying that Josh Warrington used completely different tactics than he did in the first fight. Is he fucking off his tits? Is he nuts? I think Tony Bellew's OnlyFans page is getting to him. Cheers, Shevin, for that. I'm back on it now, Chef. Thanks for that. I think Tony Bellew's been sniffing the crack pipe. Do you hear that? Josh Warrington was using completely different tactics. No, he wasn't. He was using exactly the same tactics. That's nonsense. Let's have a look at these comments on Michael Benson's page. Right, let's have a look. Michael Benson said, disaster. Accidental head clash after 2 rounds. So it was 2 rounds. Listen, I counted 3 headbutts in 2 rounds. Am I wrong in that? I counted 3 clashes of heads in 2 rounds. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. Yeah. Technical draw. Let's see the comments. This comment says, referee stopped the fight after Josh headbutted him. Right decision, that's a wound. We'll see if we can get a Twitter picture of the cut. The cut was absolutely dreadful. Dreadful. Right, let's have a look here. Stevie Adams. Can I just say, this guy has one of the worst accounts on Twitter. Like, this guy is awful. Can I just say this guy? This guy is a dreadful, dreadful Twitter account. Constantly saying not nice things about other boxers. Horrible account. He says that wasn't accidental. I don't think there's any proof that Warrington did it on purpose. Look, a lot of people are saying it wasn't accidental. Look, wasn't accidental. Warrington was using his head and shoulder throughout the 2 rounds. Look, this Twitter account is saying what I said. It's already happened 3 times. Blah blah blah. Wow, I'm shocked. So the pro Matchroom DAZN crew at Michael Benson's page are saying that they feel it was intentional. Here's Eddie Hearn.
I'll be honest with you, the cut was absolutely horrific. I didn't think it was when he went back to the corner, and I almost felt that Lara was looking for a way out of the fight. They called the doctor in, but the cut was absolutely horrific. It was right across the eyelid from start to the end, and unfortunately there was no way he continued. Absolutely sick. The atmosphere tonight, the show was so good, and the ring walk was one of the best I've ever seen. Yeah. So there you go. So Eddie Hearn saying he thought Lara at first wasn't interested or didn't want it or was looking for a way out of the fight, but then he realised the cut was terrible. To me, Toby Players, this whole Matchroom DAZN thing is bizarre, isn't it? So we've had Tony Bellew tonight turn around and say that Josh Warrington boxed a completely different game plan to the fight he boxed in the first fight. We've now had Eddie Hearn basically say that he thought Warrington was getting on top of him and he felt like basically that Lara might have been looking for a way out. But then to credit Eddie Hearn, he did say he thought that until he saw the cut. And when he saw the cut, he realised it was really bad and he said it was right to end the fight. But I completely disagree with the analysis of the fight. I thought Josh Warrington was on top of them early rounds. But for me, Lara still looked like the puncher out of those two. I mean, when Lara did land clean and flush, looked like Warrington was getting hurt and buzzed, particularly in that first round. Was it that right hand? I mean, or second round. Buzzed him a bit, you know. It looked to me, like Lara is still the bigger puncher out of these two. And to me, I did not see the adjustments from Josh Warrington in this fight. I did not see them. So it is what it is. Let me know what you think about that. I did not see the adjustments from Josh Warrington. Yeah, Richard says it's the fucking Twilight Zone on DAZN, alternate reality. Is Baylor definitely not doing a post fight? Are you 100% sure? Can someone just check? Let me just see that. Let me just make sure Ingram's not doing a live. I'm really keen to get Ingram on here. Guys, if you haven't already, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I really appreciate it. We're closing in on 100 subscribers. It's hard to do a big post fight, really, for a fight that never really caught fire, did it? Let's start with this, right? Do you think there will be a third fight? Do you think there'll be a third fight between Warrington and Lara? The ironic thing is this, right? Contractually, I'm not sure Lara is tied into a rematch. And also, I believe that Lara probably now doesn't have a deal with Matchroom. The reason why the rematch was so quick to happen was because Eddie Hearn had an option on Lara. So when Lara won the first fight, Eddie Hearn had an option on him to promote his next fight, you see? But I'm not sure if Eddie Hearn still has the option on him. So we'll have to see. What do you guys think? Will there be a rematch between Warrington and Lara? If you're Lara, would you even take the rematch? I tell you, I'll be a bit annoyed at the way the Leeds fans were treating him. People are saying that on the ring walk, drinks were being thrown at Lara in the walk to the ring. That's what people are saying. People are saying that Lara had drinks thrown at him. Here's the cut. Live from Michael. Look at this cut. That cut is absolutely fucking awful. Make no mistake about that. That cut is absolutely awful. Let me see if I can make that the thumbnail of this YouTube video. That cut is, make no mistake about it, you don't carry on with a cut like that. That cut is absolutely dreadful. Let me just see if I can save that. Quickly change that and put that as the stream cover. 1 sec. Change this. We quickly change this. Here we go. There's the cut. Oh, it's too big. The file's too big, so I can't do it. Okay. But anyway, you can see that cut was absolutely horrific. So no question marks for me about, was Lara up for it? Did he look for a way out? Was it getting a bit too much for him? No signs of that for me. But I don't know. For me, like I said, if I was Lara, do I need to give Josh Warrington a rematch? He's given him the rematch. The fight's ended on cuts. What needs to happen next?
Let's have a look at some of these comments. Boxing World says, joking, I saw a Leeds fan chuck a Corona beer at him. Disgusting. I've heard about that. I've heard they were chucking beers at him on the entrance. Does Lara want to put himself through all that crap again? You know, those Leeds fans are a fucking joke. Guys, 62 people in here, 35 likes. If everybody here can hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Also, follow me on Twitter at Ultras Podcast in case, you know, something was to happen to my YouTube channel. Then you can follow me on Twitter and you can find out what the next steps are. Yeah, let's have a look here. Palmo Parade says, Leeds fans might be twats, but Lara can get a good payday for the third fight. Well, hopefully we'll have to see. The thing is, right, is there going to be the same appetite? Is there going to be the same appetite for that third fight as there was for the second? Does that make sense? What do you think? Do you think there's going to be the same appetite for that third fight between Lara and Warrington again? I'm not sure there is, you know. I'm not sure there's going to be the same appetite, but let's see. You know, let's just make one thing clear, right? And it's not all Eddie Hearn's fault, right? It is definitely not all Eddie Hearn's fault. But Josh Warrington's career, since he left Frank Warren to join Eddie Hearn, has been nothing short of a disaster. There's just no way around that. And that is not all Eddie Hearn's fault, right? Most of it is because Eddie Hearn talked him into vacating his belt and then got him involved. Can you believe this? A couple of months ago, right? When Josh Warrington was signed with Frank Warren, we were talking about Frank Warren's inability to get him a unification fight. He went from being talked about in fights with Shaka Stevenson and Oscar Valdez, right? He went from being in those kind of fights. He went from being in fights with Lee Selby, Carl Frampton. Those are the kind of fights that he was in his own backyard, right? And now look at his career. He's now staring down the barrel of a trilogy with Mauricio Lara for no belts in a fight that really the boxing world doesn't care about. Yeah, people in Leeds care about this fight. But this fight's not a big fight. And he's now staring down the barrel of doing what? Look, how many months? See, look at this cut from Lara, right? You see this cut from Lara. You know how long it's going to take before he can box on a cut like that? Do you know what I mean? That cut is going to take months before Lara can box on a cut like that. So what is it now, right? It's now September. So even if these two were to get in the ring next, when would these two fight again? I don't think you see these two get in the ring again before fucking what? March next year. Am I wrong on that? Because it's going to take months for that cut to heal, you know, so he can be able to spar again. And then he's got to go back into camp and do all sorts. So for me, like I said, Josh Warrington's career has been in total limbo. Total limbo since he joined Matchroom. It has to be said, doesn't it? It has to be said. And, you know, we have to be honest about that. We have to be honest about that. His career has taken a dreadful, dreadful turn of events. When he signed for Matchroom, it was all about unification fights. He's staring down the barrel of a third fight with Mauricio Lara. What do you guys think about that? It looks terrible. Boxing World says Oscar Valdez would have killed him. Yeah, the less said about Oscar Valdez right now, the better. Richard from Twitter says Warrington quickly turning into another Smith brother. Time to get on the road. It's terrible, isn't it? Golden Mike says Lara was treated terrible. Eddie wants Canelo on his good books, so yeah, rematch. But Warrington may want to avoid and claim that he won. No, I think Warrington will take the fight, no problem. But it is what it is. Unbelievable. What an ending to a fight. And I think Shevin said above in the chat that the DAZN curse continues. I mean, the DAZN haven't exactly had the best fight. I mean, if you're Sky Sports, I mean, I know it's not all DAZN's fault because clash of heads can happen in any fight. But if you're fucking Sky Sports right now, and you're looking at this debacle on DAZN, you're laughing, aren't you, really? You're laughing, aren't you? People, you know, I don't know. Jake Fox says, Josh looked very good. Learned his mistakes. He'll be a champion again. No chance. Fucking no chance. I didn't see Josh Warrington learn from his mistakes tonight. And he will get smoked if he steps up to an elite level fighter. He will get smoked, man. Make no mistake. He's not at that level. Tonight was his chance to show adjustments. He showed no adjustments. You know? He got up close and got involved in a hooking contest with a hooker who knocked him out brutally a couple of fights ago. That's not learning from your mistakes. That's why the head clash, he was getting in way too close. Didn't box behind the jab. You know, he didn't make Lara miss and make Lara pay. And it's worrying because Lara's not slick. You've seen it in 2 fights now. Lara is not slick, right? He telegraphs his shots. You know what he's going to do. He's going to push forward. He's going to throw big left and right hooks, right? Simple as that. So you know what, you know. I mean, imagine when Warrington gets in with like a Shakur Stevenson or somebody. Get real. He's going to get fucking piped. He's going to get absolutely piped. I have to be honest now. I think he's just been found out. He's just too one-dimensional for me. You know? I just think he's been found out. He's too one-dimensional. And the funny thing is, when he got in the ring with Selby, he's the puncher. When he got in the ring with Frampton, he turned out to be the puncher in that fight. But when he gets to the ring with Lara, and he's not the puncher anymore, that's when the problems start. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Again, it's not all Eddie Hearn's fault. That's not all DAZN's fault. But when people turn around and say, oh, this is like a much better performance from Josh Warrington, I'm sorry. I'm just not seeing that. But maybe other people will disagree. Sunny Singh says, Shevin called it dead zone. Shevin called it dead zone from way back, and nothing has changed except the price hike. I mean, look, if you paid fucking $7.99, I think it's what, $1.99. But I mean, tonight's card wasn't exactly, you know, let's be honest. Now, I know the Giovanni Strafen versus Maxi Hughes fight was a good fight to watch, right? It was a good trade fight. But, you know, what do we get tonight? Ebanie Bridges, you know? Ebanie Bridges got found out tonight, if we're being honest. You know, Ebanie Bridges is you know, and it's we're saying that women's boxing, think about the lack of talent in women's boxing. And we're actually asking questions, yeah, over is Ebanie Bridges even a world-level female boxer? Bear in mind that Shannon Courtenay became a legitimate world champion in women's boxing after about a handful of fights, right? So Shannon Courtenay became world champion in women's boxing in a handful of fights. So that tells you the talent pool in female boxing isn't really that high. And we're asking ourselves question marks over what kind of level Ebanie Bridges is at. You know, Ebanie Bridges kind of showed herself up tonight, right? And for me, like I said, I'll be honest with you, I think Josh Warrington's done the same. You know, I think, like I said, I picked Josh Warrington to win tonight. And I think, to be honest, had the fighter carried on, he probably would have won the fight on points. He would have won it. I picked Warrington points late stoppage. If they fight again for a third time, I'm going to keep my pick. I'm going to pick Warrington points late stoppage. But I have to be honest, he didn't fight or box the way I expected him to box tonight. He put his chin right in the way of harm's way. And I just don't understand why you do that. And like I said before, maybe it's time for him to get somebody else in as a coach because, you know, you've been in camp with Sean O'Hagan for the best part now, 6 months. And that's what you come up with, you know, leaving your chin out to dry and hooking with a hooker. Because he was buzzed in that fight tonight, Warrington. He was hit with some big shots and he was buzzed in that fight. Do you know what I'd like to see? Does anybody know what the cards were at the time the fight ended? I think we're going to leave the stream soon, but if anybody's got that, I'd love to see that. Does anybody know what the cards were at the time of stoppage? I'll be very, very interested to see that. Very interested. Let me see if I can find that on Twitter on my phone. If anybody knows that, let me know. What were the cards at the time of stoppage? Let's have a look. Let me just quickly Google it on the phone because Twitter's playing up on the PC. See you later, Bart. Have a good one. Hope you guys enjoyed today's show. I'm just trying to find out these, if you can find these Warrington scorecards very quickly. It wouldn't surprise me if he was up on them. I think most people had it 1-1. Right, I can't find it so far. But let me know if you see it. Right. Okay, I think we'll stay for 5 more minutes or so. 5 more minutes, I think. Because it's 11:05. Final thoughts. So, again, not Eddie Hearn's fault, not DAZN's fault. These things happen in boxing. My closing thoughts are, I mean, again, you know, we look at the keys to victory that we set, for tonight for Josh Warrington. For me, didn't follow any of them. Let me tell you something, right, about Lara. If you put Lara in the ring with a quality boxer, right, like Shakur Stevenson or someone like that, do you understand what Lara will be shown up to be? That will show you. If you put Lara in the ring with like a Shakur Stevenson or someone who's going to slip roll, make him miss and make him pay, and you're going to see, that Lara really he isn't at that level. He's not. We're not talking about a great fighter. We're not. I don't think we're even talking about a potential world champion here, right? And for me, like I said, I'm a little bit frustrated in that. I'm a little bit frustrated there. like I said, from Warrington tonight. I didn't really see Warrington rolling underneath the hooks, you know, and I didn't see Warrington backing off and picking his spots. And that's the key for me, really. Warrington didn't pick when to go, when to land his punches. He didn't pick, did he? You know, early doors, get behind the jab, make the opponent lunge in, punish them with the counter shots. Then, as the fight goes down, right, as the fight goes on, right, then start putting the shots together on him. You know, as the fight goes, you know, round 5, round 6, then start closing distance on Lara and then start landing the shots. But for me, Warrington was a bit too eager. So it is what it is. Okay, well, a few of you are going off. I think we've said all we need to say. Thank you for all joining the stream tonight. 4 hours of it. Hope you really enjoyed it all. And yeah, if you're here, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button before you go. And please, if you're on Twitter, follow me on Twitter at Ultras Podcast. I hope you enjoyed the format of the stream. Hopefully YouTube liked my stream and don't feel the need to do anything naughty. I'm just trying to think back if I've said anything too dodgy. But yeah, it was what it was. And fingers crossed, if we can be here for Usyk versus Anthony Joshua, then we will be. Peace out.